Vacations in Attica. Do they have good weather?
Yes.
¿Hay buena comida?
Est-ce que c'est romantique?
But they don't have islands, do they?
وهل من الممكن عطل وإجازات فاخرة؟
Goeie herboren.
Жергілікті тұрғындар қоршаған ортаны күтеді ме? Ол мен үшін өте маңызды.
那边有没有博物馆的？美术馆、文化馆呢？
Y a-t-il de sites historiques à visiter?
Can we go sailing?
Tauchen. Pesci turistica.
Var med gåturer.
I personally like to go running. Will I find something for me?
Si dice che sia un luogo di grande spiritualità, è vero?
¿Les gusta la fiesta? ¿Tienen todo eso en Ática?
Yes.
Και μου λέει ο Σπύρος, θα σε πάω σε ένα μέρος που δεν το ξέρει κανείς. Στο Γερεβάν.
Γερεβάν. Έχω πάει στο Γερεβάν. Πολύ φιλόξενοι Αρμένοι.
Αυτό όμως δεν το έχετε ξαναδοκιμάσει.
Μπουρδέτο! Ναι, το είπα πρώτη. Έχω φάει την Κέρκυρα. Αφού έχω πάει, έχω φάει κιόλας.
Λέμε το επόμενο ταξίδι μας να είναι Μαρακές.
Μαρακές, έχω πάει. Έχω πάει.
Αφού πετάμε σε τόσα πολλά μέρη, λογικό είναι κάποιοι να έχουν πάει παντού. Με το μεγαλύτερο δίκτυο προορισμών, γίνε και εσύ ένας από αυτούς.
Έλα, αρωμάτια με τέμ.
Έχω πάει.
Έχω πάει.
Αφού έχω πάει.
Fraport Greece welcomes you to a place where traditional boats set sail into the future and traditional gastronomy returns to its roots, where exotic birds pay a visit and Poseidon brings gifts, where our souls rediscover the meaning of life and lose ourselves in a dreamland, where ancient soldiers protect the sea and voyagers find their way home, where people are in touch with the heavens and all wounds can be healed, where time travellers live. And time is measured in pink grains of sand, where we can find new paths to happiness. And fairy tales live happily ever after. There is a place that is a journey in itself. It's Greece.
Σήμερα όλοι μιλάνε για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Λένε πως μας δείχνει το μέλλον. Μπορεί όμως να μας ταξιδέψει στο παρελθόν.
Φυσικά και μπορεί.
Και ποια είσαι εσύ?
Είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Chronos μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Τι ξέρεις για το άγαλμα της Αθηνάς?
Ήταν 12 μέτρα, φτιαγμένο από ελεφαντόδοντο και χρυσό.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Οδείο του Ηρόδου του Αττικού, ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και χαλκοθήκη.
Μπορεί να τα έχει και ο φίλος μου ο Πολ.
Γιατί όχι? Η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Chronos είναι δωρεάν για όλους σε όλον τον κόσμο.
C'est magnifique, n'est-ce pas?
Κυρία, μπορούμε να δούμε πώς είναι και μέσα?
Ναι, και μπορείτε να μάθετε τα πάντα για την ιστορία μας με τον πιο συναρπαστικό τρόπο.
Μπορώ να θαυμάσω εδώ το ναό στις πραγματικές του διαστάσεις?
Ναι, όπου και αν βρίσκεσαι.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Αυτό κάνουμε πραγματικότητα στην Κοσμοτέ. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να τη ζήσει όλος ο κόσμος. Γιατί η διάδοση του πολιτισμού δημιουργεί έναν κόσμο καλύτερο για όλους. Κοσμοτέ.
Αυτά λοιπόν είναι τα βασικά ωφέλη της πρωτεΐνης. Με συγχωρείτε.
Πάμε στο επόμενο.
Έλα, Βασίλη μου.
Τάσο, σε χρειάζομαι στα Everest.
Έρχομαι αμέσως.
Το απόλυτο Power Duo της γεύσης και της διατροφής ενώνει τις δυνάμεις του και δημιουργεί τα Power Meals. Απολαυστικές επιλογές υψηλής διατροφικής αξίας από τον Βασίλη Καλίδη και τον Αναστάσιο Παπαλαζάρου. Με την υπογραφή των ειδικών Everest Power Meals.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι, καλή σας ημέρα.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for your presence here today. Next is now Dam Consulting. Welcome you to the 5th conference on Greek tourism, a national affair that takes place under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism and the Hellenic Tourism Organization. As in the previous 4 years, this year we will put tourism on the forefront as the main pillar of the Greek economy. Despite the challenges that tourism has to face, Greek tourism has to face, it presents high resilience and important successes, putting solid foundations in order to be at the forefront of the national effort for a powerful and sustainable growth and social prosperity. The performance of last summer create expectations for a record by Greek tourism. However, deficiencies remain, and several agencies ring the bell. The improvement of infrastructure and finding of solutions regarding the lack of personnel are among the main requests for the new year. So, infrastructure and personnel, two topics that we will deal with. Besides, new technologies, alternative forms of tourism, climate change, and the developments on the geopolitical level create constantly new and different challenges. Tourism is affected by many internal and external factors, and 2024 presents great uncertainties due to the developments in the Middle East and the inflationary pressures that weaken the travelers' available income and available money. In the round tables, we will have representatives of the government, of the academia, and executives from the private sector who will try to analyze the developments in the tourism sector and propose solutions. The panels that will follow after our interview with the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Olga Kefalogianni, will be the following. Greece in the global map of tourism, challenges and sustainability, the new models of tourism and the alternative insular destinations, investments and infrastructure projects, and the fourth panel, travel economy, new technologies and innovation in tourism. The works of our conference are broadcasted by tourismnow.gr, the site of the conference, and by enikos.gr and real.gr. Whereas Real FM 97.8 throughout the works of our conference will pause their program and will present the most important highlights of the conference. So with these few thoughts, I would like to call the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Olga Kefalogianni, to declare the conference, the 5th conference of Next is Now and Dome Consulting, to declare it open. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate Next is Now and Dome Consulting for the organization of this conference today. This meeting is another opportunity to discuss crucial issues pertaining to the future and prospects for development of the Greek tourism. Greek tourism is a sector that has proven resilience and supported the Greek economy, employment, and local communities. Greek tourism is coming back very dynamically. The data so far show that 2023 is an excellent year for Greek tourism, both as regards arrivals and income, even more than the levels before the pandemic. So our country is among the top tourist destinations globally and attracts travelers from every corner of the planet. And this performance is the result of a collective effort It is due to the excellent workforce, high know-how, and business tradition. And they are also due to the culture of hospitality, which makes our travelers feel safe and always welcome. They are also the result of an integrated plan and strategy and the solid foundations that were put 10 years ago. Of course, we do not stop at this point, and of course, we are not complacent. Modern travelers' landscape is developing all the time, and it is shaped by the rapid development in technologies and the changing habits and preferences of the travelers. At the same time, international competition, and we should not forget that, is also coming back very dynamically. The planning of the ministry and the government responds to the various challenges with significant important tools. We are working based on a plan to set the foundations for the future of Greek tourism in order to create the conditions for a new cycle of growth aiming at sustainability, always having in mind measure and balance, respect to humans and local societies, and of course taking care to safeguard, to protect the natural and cultural environment. The new national strategy for tourism includes policies that reinforce sustainable growth of the various destinations, promote innovation, differentiation, and the enriching of our tourist product. At the same time, we have interventions to promote tourist education and training and to promote the Greek tourist product with a new approach and enhancement of new tools. To implement the strategic objectives that we have set, we intervene wherever we need to with adjustments and reforms, out of which the overall tourist activity is going to take advantage of. And we work at the same time in order to enhance a unique opportunity that is being presented with the funds provided by the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund. The actions that have been planned and implemented pertain to infrastructure, that is upgrading of ports and installations of mountainous tourism, and promote to various forms of tourism, health and well-being, diving, etc. With other projects, we promote a modern and integrated management of tourist destinations in the country, and we also promote actions in order to reskill, upskill, and train personnel in tourism, and the digital, of course, transformation of tourism. At the same time, the effort of the government to create an environment friendly for investments puts Greece at the forefront for actors here and abroad. And Greek tourism attracts new investments. The investors' interest is increasing, not for the only for the most popular destinations, but also for other areas. Finally, there is intense interest not just for investments in hospitality, but also in the other tourist infrastructures. So we are working to create in this field as well investment prosperity, putting forward the possibilities for a multifaceted and balanced tourism development all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the objective is to consolidate Greece as a top tourist destination, which is characterized by high quality of services, authenticity, and unique travel experiences. There are the opportunities today and the political will, as well as a cohesive plan that can lead to a stable and sustainable tourism development, a growth whose benefits will be divided and allocated to the whole Greek society. In concluding, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this meeting, which will contribute to the dissemination of information and knowledge in the context of a collective effort, which indeed, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, it is a national affair. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Kefalogiannis. In a few minutes, we will have an interesting interview with her. Last year, we had the American ambassador, the U.S. ambassador here at the conference, who addressed us. This year's we have the pleasure and the honor of having with us Mr. Alexander Diebold, who comes from the Embassy of France. He is the Deputy Head of Mission.
Aristopoli, Excellencies, Ministers, chère Madame Kefalogianni, Minister for Tourism, Madam Vice Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is an honor for me that the French Embassy has been invited to say a few opening remarks at this yearly Summit for Tourism in Greece, all the more when the title of the conference reads Greek Tourism, a National Affair, Μια Εθνική Υπόθεση. We as French feel part of the family, and we are very proud that this is the case here. I represent today Ambassador Laurence Auer, who could not be with us as she is currently in Paris, but who sends regards to all of you. I will touch upon 3 points: our view of the current trend of tourism in Greece, what we believe Greece and France can do together in the field of tourism, and a bit of promotion of the French destination with the Olympics coming ahead in Paris this summer. So on the current trends of tourism in Greece, we believe it is fair to say that your country is a success story in Europe today, as shown by the recent figures and by the many investments that keep being made in the hotel industry specifically. Your tourism industry is unique, as it relies solidly on the natural jewels of your country, be it the islands or the mountains, as well as on a long-standing cultural heritage that speaks to anyone in the world. Who does not know the Acropolis? For all these reasons, tourism has become a key part of Greece's economic activity, which is both a source of prosperity, but can also be a source of vulnerability in troubled times, as the pandemic has shown in recent years. Yet, and I should say as always, Greece has proved itself resilient. Tourist arrivals, who fell by more than 80% in 2020, are now very close to 2019 levels. And far from being a disaster, COVID has even become an opportunity, with some touristic flows now being redirected from countries such as Morocco or Tunisia to destinations in Europe, and notably to Greece. As a result, 2023 should be a record year in terms of tourism revenues for Greece, as just outlined. This performance is even more remarkable when one knows that climatic events have not spared the country this summer with fire or floods. It's fair to say that these events have not discouraged tourists to come to Greece, and we would like to salute the work of the Greek authorities, in particular that of the Ministry of Civil Protection, that of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that of the Ministry of Tourism, for their decisive action to accompany French tourists which were affected by these events over the summer. Second, on what we believe Greece and France can do together in the field of tourism. As you all know, beyond the cultural, diplomatic, and economic ties that connect us, French people have a deep love for your country. Greece remains one of the favorite destinations for French tourists, who currently account for almost 6% of all tourists to your country, with a bit less than 2 million visitors expected in 2023. So clearly we're not number one yet, but we are a growing and a loving number. On the other hand, almost 200,000 Greeks visit France every year, attracted by our cultural sites, our landscapes, and, I hope, our art of living. Beyond the issue of the flows of visitors, major French tourism companies are present in Greece, such as Accor, which has invested in several hotels. I'm thinking M Gallery near Syntagma or in Crete, Sofitel at the Athens International Airport, or the Anxana Hotel in Corfu, whereas Air France and Transavia operate regular flights between our two countries. We also have some tour operators, such as Havas Voyage, who promote your country to French tourists. So we are interconnected, and we believe that French and Greek actors have a lot to share to move forward on issues such as the geographic diversification of tourism, the reducing of its seasonality, or also the promotion of more sustainability. Just to take a few examples, we have French companies offering innovative solutions in ski resorts management or for the monitoring of visitor numbers at historic sites. That's the startup Affluence. We also have a Franco-Hellenic school here in Athens, which has recently opened the tourism section, which could be one of the answers to overcome the current difficulties in recruitment of staff which your sector is facing, as in many other countries currently in the world. And I'm convinced that we in France also have a lot to learn from Greek authorities and from the Greek private sector in the field of tourism. All these issues were at the agenda of a recent meeting of our ambassador with Minister Kefalogianni, and we intend to continue the good work which has been started together. Last not least, I cannot conclude my speech without mentioning the forthcoming Olympic Games in Paris this summer. Once again, this is a concrete example of the cooperation and historic friendship between our two countries. Greece and France were the driving forces behind the revival of modern Olympism, and Athens and Paris hosted the first modern games in 1896 and 1900. More than a century later, France will host the next Olympic Games, and we are delighted as the French embassy here to be involved in promoting this major event. We hope to attract a large number of visitors from all over the world, and in particular our Greek friends, whom I trust will follow the journey of the Olympic flame from Olympia to France, sailing aboard the ship Belém. In this regard, our national operator Atout France, which is more or less the equivalent of the Greek National Tourism Organization, has officially launched a campaign last week at the French embassy and will further communicate in Greece to facilitate the participation of Greek tourists to the celebration in France. But for all the reasons I've just mentioned, we also believe that the Olympics are a true opportunity for you to promote the Greece destination to the French public, thus making of Paris 2024 a mutually beneficial event. And this is an issue on which we're currently working with the Greek authorities, of course. I'll stop here, but many thanks again for giving us the opportunity to address you today, and please be sure that we'll spare no efforts to continue bridging gaps between our two countries in the field of tourism. Christopoli.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον κύριο Alexandre Diebold.
We thank very warmly Mr. Alexandre Diebold and the French embassy. And I would like to ask Mrs. Kefalogianni to come forward for our discussion. We will interrogate now the minister.
Υπουργέ μου, όπως προέκυψε και από τον...
Minister, as we heard from your opening address, it seems that we are entering a new growth cycle for tourism in Greece, which requires a new model for the businesses of the industry. What are the features of this new model? How does the ministry envision Greek tourism for the next 10 years? Well, as you heard, we believe that this 10-year cycle of growth has been completed. I'm saying this because in 2012 we were in very different circumstances, very different from today. We had to build on the brand Greece, which suffered a lot from a negative impact, which affected, of course, tourism. And based on the strategic plan that we built then, we had growth of tourism, which reaches today and shows that it is another record year for Greek tourism. We could say, fine, record year after record year, so this is enough. Yet we are saying exactly the contrary. We are not interested in just another record year. We are interested in entering this new cycle of growth, of development of Greek tourism, which will focus on humans, which will be based on balance and on respect for local communities and natural and cultural environment. And we see actually that this is the trend globally. At this point, let me underline that this great success of 2023, where Greece not only managed to recover the losses of the pandemic, but it managed to have even better results than before the pandemic, is a huge success by all of us. Because most of our competitors this year, they believe they have come to the levels before the pandemic. We have exceeded these levels. And at this point, we have to commend Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister, who took it upon himself to open up Greece after the pandemic, or even during the pandemic. That was a very difficult endeavor, but it gave the opportunity to Greece to be ahead of its competitors and acquire a greater share in the tourism market. I'm saying all this to prove that tourism is affected by external factors, so it is very important to be able to respond to that. So resilience, the resilience shown by Greek tourism is a very important element. The competitiveness is also an important element, but the thing is, how do we see future in terms of sustainability? And this is why our new strategy is focused on balance and focused on people. Well, on the occasion of your reference to the Prime Minister, we had his address on climate crisis in the COP28 in Dubai. And the question today is, to what extent the climate crisis is going to affect tourism and what are the measures taken? We hear some positive and some negative viewpoints regarding the climate crisis. I hear some people say that as the temperature rises, we have a greater tourism season. Are things so simple? Well, if we just focus on that, based on what the scientists say, and if steps are not taken by everyone, every leader in the world, we will not be able to have tourists in the basic tourist season. The most important thing is that all this that is being discussed in the COP meetings and what we have on texts to be implemented in practice, because the objectives are very concrete, and we are at the stage where we say, and we are talking about a climate crisis based on this alarm given by the scientists. So we have to look and see and acknowledge that we have experienced the climate crisis this summer. I'm referring to the wildfires in Rhodes, in Thrace, to a lesser extent in Corfu, and of course the floods in Thessaly. So the climate crisis is here. It affects us. I will talk about Rhodes because the way it was faced, the representative of the Embassy of France mentioned that in difficult circumstances, we have shown as Greece that we have the mechanism and we have the way to face it, because the state had to mobilize all the mechanism, but also the private sector, the inhabitants as well, showed, set the example as to how we face such types of crisis. I'm saying this because we have positive messages, as it was the case in Rhodes, that is how our country has the preparedness to face difficult conditions. With the 112 phone number, which does not exist in many countries abroad at the time of crisis. And I'm saying this in various interviews abroad. I'm saying this to show that we are prepared. But prepared does not mean just to be able to respond at the time of the crisis. It means to have created the conditions so as not to have such emergencies. So we, as Ministry of Tourism, we have shown that we are a combatant ministry, to put it that way. Mrs. Skylakakis will come in a short while, and he will talk also. And we, together with the other ministries, the other line ministries, we have the tools that will allow us to move regarding tourism. I'm referring to the spatial plan for tourism. You have heard many times this being announced, but also move forward. 8 years ago, the National Spatial Plan on Tourism had advanced. We had signed the joint ministerial decision, but fortunately, for various formal reasons, it was stopped. Today, we are at the final stage of completing this National Spatial Plan, and in the first quarter of 2024, Greece will have a National Spatial Plan for Tourism, and this is a framework of rules. We have also important tools that we have institutionalized with the law in October for the National Observatory for Sustainable Urban Development, and also we have established the Observatory for Coastal and Sea Tourism in the Mediterranean. Greece acquires a leading position as regards the monitoring as to how tourism affects coastal and sea areas in the Mediterranean. I was in Malta a few days ago, and I called upon my counterparts in Athens in 2024, where we will organize the first conference on the observatory. All these tools, all these bodies will help us in tracing our policy in the future. I see here Mr. Vasilikos, the president of the hotel chamber, and I would like to conclude by saying that the private sector is very important how much they participate in this whole effort for sustainability. We have talked with Mr. Vasilikos, and all hotels until 2030 they will be sustainable.
Those working in tourism tell us again and again that it is a crucial issue to prolong the tourist period. Has your ministry done anything, and what are the initiatives that you intend to undertake? The prolongation of the tourist season has been an issue for many years. This also relates to balanced regional development, but also because of what we discussed earlier, the high pressure that tourism suffers during the summer months. There is a framework in order to that will help us achieve this. One of the criterion would be to provide different products over sun and sea to be able to offer new tourist products and provide new experiences to visitors to this country in combination with culture. This is an area that has not been adequately taken care of. Visits to cultural monuments, which are much more pleasant to visit outside the very hot period, but also agrotourism, spa and medical tourism, cruises, and many others. And we have already submitted proposals to the Recovery Fund in order to finance this. But the objective is not only for us to prolong the tourist season or to promote the tourism, but we need to ensure that all destinations need to be functional and to be welcoming outside the season. Mr. Fragakis from the organization is also present here, and he has been working on the issue of prolonging the tourist season, of keeping destinations open outside the let's say the usual tourist season. We have already worked in certain areas that are able to support this. Athens is the best example of this prolongation. 10 years ago, Athens was the par excellence destination that was suffering. Now we also have tourists in Athens. You know, efforts need time in order to bear fruit, but we have managed to make a city break destination of Athens, so to spend a nice winter weekend. We have become exactly that. The example of Athens is something that we should take into account. Question. Let us now turn to domestic tourism, to the Tourism for All program. Truth being said, people Greeks have difficulty in going on a holiday, even for just a week. So are you going to help this program? Because we are in a period of high expenses and inflation. Listen, a country that is one of the top tourist destinations in the world should also provide tourist opportunities to its citizens, and we need to have the appropriate tools to support those who need it more than everything. We in our tourism, in the Ministry of Tourism, we have such facilities. These are distinct from the ones offered by the Ministry of Labor, for instance, where the beneficiaries are defined on the basis of certain criteria. Now we have the Tourism for All program at our ministry. We offer many more funds to promote this program. Plus, we take into account the growth factor in this program. For instance, let me highlight the fact that it will start in January and it will cover 2 winter seasons. I would like to encourage the potential beneficiaries to use the opportunities and visit the areas that have suffered during the summer and for which it is more difficult to attract foreign tourists. So both Greek people will enjoy a holiday and these areas will be able to benefit for that. The potential beneficiaries, the number of potential beneficiaries has increased. The amount of the subsidy has increased, so it is much easier for one to find the areas and the packages that are appropriate for them. So I believe that we will be able to help those who need to benefit from this program. We have added criteria over and above the disability, which doubles the amount of the subsidy, but also big families, families with many children, etc. Madam Minister, let me come to the issue of infrastructure. It has always been an issue for which the private sector is lobbying for its improvement. So there are RRF funds to be used in this direction. Which are the projects that you are planning to start?
Yes, that's a very good issue to start with infrastructures. The infrastructure interesting to tourism is not just tourist infrastructure. I will explain what we're doing. We have the possibility through the RRF to fund broader tourism infrastructure. But we have an overall issue. Roads, bridges, ports, etc. For instance, the privatization of the 14 regional airports upgraded the overall infrastructure in our country. And I'm saying this because it was with great pleasure we had this privatization. It was the most successful one, and we fought a lot in order not to be toppled afterwards. And I'm saying this because we had no problem, as we had in the past, pertaining these 14 gates to our country. Because it is the first impression. When you have a good impression and when you leave, your first and your last impression must be very positive. So it is important that the government is working on the framework for the privatization of the smaller airports of the country. Since I come from Crete and our big issue is Heraklion, because we have the new airport in Kastelli, but until then, the Heraklion airport must be upgraded in order to be able to welcome the millions of visitors who will come in the coming years until we have ready the international airport in Kastelli. Because it has been underway, but it cannot be finished overnight. I'm saying this because as Ministry of Tourism, we cannot cover all infrastructures. Since you mentioned Crete, I will interrupt you to tell that in collaboration with the Hellenic Tourism Organization in the region of Crete, thanks to the Secretary General of the Hellenic Tourism Organization, we will be in Crete in spring to organize the big conference on tourism in Crete. I want to announce this and to see the smile since the minister comes from Crete. Well, I'm very happy about it. Clearly, the other regions of the country, I said it in order to have you committed that you will come to Crete. Yes, I come from Crete, and it is a beloved region, but we are interested in other regions that are less developed. And I want to say this to point out that the funds of the RRF will not only finance infrastructures in tourism, but also products that require more upgrading. So we have a program which is for mountain shelters. We have also a program for ski resorts. We have a program for agrotourism, which includes all the regions of the country. A program for accessibility to beaches. I'm saying this because this is a horizontal policy. 2 days ago, we had the World Day for people with disabilities, and we had also a conference, and we pointed out the possibility to fund accessibility to almost all beaches of the country, but the beneficiaries have to rush in order to absorb the funds. Accessibility is a horizontal policy, as you know. It is also part of the Prime Minister's activities regarding accessibility, which started in 2019. Now we have set the objectives for the next 10 years, so it is important for all ministries to implement actions pertaining to accessibility. And of course, a big program of the Ministry of Development has to do with ports, marinas, sea refuges, and we are waiting, of course. We have issued the calls, but we are expecting the potential beneficiaries to respond. I'm saying this because we don't have a lot of time. The funds of the RRF must be absorbed and the actions have to be implemented until the end of 2025. This is why this is a unique opportunity to be utilized, and of course programs for education and training that will be issued. Last question, Minister, regarding promotion of tourism in international markets. I guess that Mr. Fragakis will talk about it later on. Is there a part, an aspect of the tourist product that you will focus on? Will we see a change in how we promote tourism? Well, first of all, let us clarify that we have left behind the mega campaigns and slogans and billboards and bus stops and airports. Let's not forget that Greece is a very important brand, a very powerful brand, so we have to take care of it, and we have to be very specific, very concrete. We have to have a very specific strategy as to how we will promote it. Of course, we want to use all tools. I'm saying this because we are in the digital era, so we have the possibility to enhance tools that are quite close to our potential customer. And since we are interested in Greece remaining an attractive brand in the future, it is important to invest in the tools that are familiar to our next potential visitors. And I'm referring to social media, which are the media that attract the interest of all younger generations. Gen Z, millennials, in 2030 they will be they will represent a great percentage of our customers. So we are interested in being there and promote Greece among this public. I am a bit furious because in 2030 I will go to spa tourist destinations. We will take care of that as well. Thank you very warmly, Minister, for this interview. Thank you very much.
Έχουμε έντονη κυβερνητική.
There'll be plenty of government presence in the coming panels. My co-organizer, Ms. Mariana Pyriotti, will take on from me for the next panel, where we have Theodoros Kyllakakis, Dimitris Fragakis, and then Ms. Elena Rapti, the Deputy Minister of Tourism, later on, we will have Mr. Nikos Tachiaos, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, Ms. Loizou, Secretary General of Private, and Adonis Georgiadis later on. We are not going to this is not going to be a dull conference. It will be very lively. Ms. Pyriotti, you have the floor. Thank you very much. We will prepare the stage here because we want to prepare the panels. That is the method that we use in all our conferences. After having worked on tourism through these conferences, I would say that the prevailing view that tourism moves on its own, proceeds on its own automatically, is a great myth. I think that this does not do justice, not only the public sector, but also the private sector. The idea is that enough is enough. We have the sea, the sun, islands, the tourist destinations, etc. No, if it were so, we wouldn't be trying to increase the number of arrivals. No. I will give you the example. My family, my father loved traveling, and we would go to Mani during the 60s and 70s. It would take us 5 hours to arrive to Githion, and from Githion to Gerolimenas another 6 hours. And now it's so easy. In Gerolimenas there were only 2 sort of hotels for hunters, because it was a hunting destination, and they belonged to 2 brothers, the Rakakis brothers. One owned one and the other one owned the other one. That was it for money. Nothing more. Whatever has happened in the field of Greek tourism is the result of a huge effort, which should become a case study. The manner in which the private sector, small, medium-sized, and very big companies, at every level, from the level of hotel up to the level of ports and airports, have changed the tourism potential, especially for foreign visitors, and have made the tourist experience easier and much more enjoyable. So this is a combination that works everywhere, from the excellent quality food, fish, etc., that have been used by excellent cooks for the last 15 years. We are able to enjoy excellent dishes all over Greece, which was not the case in the past, up to the high quality services of our hotels, be it boutique hotels or huge hotels which work at a very high level. So people think that tourism moves on its own automatically, as I said. It's a train that moves easily. No, this is not so. The Ministry of Tourism does not have its own area of competence. It is co-competent along with a number of different ministries. And we would only have 7 or 10 million visitors had it been so, had the Ministry of Tourism not become more active. If we did not have the excellent quality of Greek raw materials that somebody used, nobody would return to Greece if they were offered what we would 8 some years ago. No. So this whole experience, this whole product, which has become the miracle of Greek tourism, is the result of a coordinated effort. And this has to be really understood. People need to understand what the engine of Greek tourism is, along with the other professions that work in the field. This is 25% of the Greek GDP. It should be treated with the appropriate seriousness by all, not only by those who, of course, work for it. As we wait for the minister, I would like to call upon Mr. Fragakis, the Secretary General of the Hellenic Tourism Organization, Mr. Vasilikos, the President of the Hoteliers Chamber, Mr. Hadjis, the President of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Hoteliers, Mr. Vilos, who is the Director General of Fraport Greece, and Marina Spiridaki, who is the Aegean Corporate Affairs Director. Please sit wherever you like, but leave this chair empty for the minister. The minister has just arrived. Welcome, Minister.
Λοιπόν, εγώ κράταγα τις σημειώσεις.
So, I was taking notes while Mrs. Kefalogianni had the floor. To start with you, Minister, because the first thing that was mentioned is the National Spatial Plan for Tourism as an institutional tool, and which will be soon signed. I was saying before, the multifaceted, the multivariable feature of the tourism miracle is not something that happened by itself. Part of it is the way infrastructures have improved. And a second aspect is the state. Now, in your ministry, Ministry of Environment and Energy, we know how energy has affected Greek tourism. I was saying before that when I was young, I was going to Mani, which at the time required 9 hours of journey to go there. There was no electricity, no phone, and then there was electricity, phone, roads, etc. So now let's move on to the environment. The environment is something that we are interested in, of course, not only because of the climate crisis, certainly for it, but also for very tangible issues. I want you to tell us about this new spatial plan for tourism. Yes, you can hear me. Fine. Let's start by saying that the spatial plan was taken to the Ministry of Tourism to have their view so as to move forward and completed. The substance of this plan is greater certainty for investors and local communities regarding where we can have tourist development. Of course, the limitations, the restrictions have to be taken into account always. We need to take into account the development needs and the fundamental right of freedom and social life that is stipulated in the Constitution. So when we talk about restrictions, each restriction must be documented, must be justified in a convincing way, because there are always goods that are conflicting and interests that are conflicting. Do you have those? Can you? Yes, of course, on a daily basis. There's nothing else in the Ministry of Environment and Energy. Because you need to develop cheap and competitive energy. On the other hand, you need to protect the environment. You need to have growth and protection of the freedom of the citizens in order for them to participate in this economic growth and have an organized urban environment. And the key to all this, and this is my political proposal as well, is to strive to aim first for mutual beneficiary solutions and then mutual loss solutions. What do I mean by that? Let's suppose that we have a small hydroelectric plant, and the issue is raised whether the environment will be unduly affected by this hydroelectric plant, whether the disruption of the river there will affect the ecosystem, mainly the fish upstream and downstream of this hydroelectric dam, and lose populations of these fish. There are two solutions there. One is lose-lose, which means that we either do it and we lose the fish, or we don't do it and we lose the hydroelectric dam. And the second one is win-win, which means, okay, what can we do in order to have a bypass between the two parts of the river? If this is not feasible, what can we do in order to have a reproductive system where we will have fish upstream, because you will put them there, and to have also fish downstream? This looks like quite particular, but it exists everywhere. Take, for example, building outside the urban plan, which has a lot of value because there is a lot of tourism value. We have this conflict quite often. One version is that we will have no tourism value, or we have it excessively and we will disrupt and destroy an area with excessive buildings and construction. The other is that we put a price on building outside the urban plan, and we use the money for environmental purposes, for restoration and for infrastructures, in order to balance the two goods. And I think that in our country we need to seek solutions to these problems, solutions that will be mutually beneficial. And we have to do this on all levels, the economic, the political, and to stop throwing stones and battle against everything. And this happens not only in this ministry, but in others. Yes, for sure, but there is a feeling that the spatial plan and allocation as regards the touristic zones, there are areas that have exceeded the level of saturation in capacity, I mean their infrastructure cannot support the tourists. There's no point in giving you examples. And there is a certainty that if there were some type of possibility, other areas of similar natural beauty could be developed by investors who would see the opportunity. Yes, absolutely. But we need to follow this moderate policy, this policy of moderation. What is happening here? The interests in areas oversaturated, and the interests are in favor of saturation. And we see there is indifference for these areas. There is a disproportionate reaction for areas that have great potential for quality and sound growth. Our worst enemy is inertia. So, we do not manage to break this. We do not manage to stop this stone throwing, and we do not seek these win-win solutions which require compromises. We manage in not developing the areas that should be developed, and we continue overdeveloping the areas that are already developed. Does the law correct this? Yes, this is the whole philosophy, the whole concept of this. It is a reform that will not create very strong feelings. When we have movements, etc., it tries to do the job. The main reform is to try, at last, in this country, solutions that will be win-win solutions based on science and logic, and not to fight against and to revolt against everything. You have said it many times, yes, because we will have constant reforms by us in the coming months. And since I have been in politics for many years, I realize the reactions that will come. And I warn that it is wrong to work in this way as a society. We can move forward and be much more efficient with much greater benefits for the environment and for economic development. This is that escapes us, and we don't want to believe it. When you present a win-win solution, they will react and they will say, why are you torturing the Negroes, as the old joke used to be? You are talking about a reform that will make state companies more powerful for water supply, and they ask, why do you privatize? We have nothing to do with privatization. No, but maybe at the back of your mind, when you were young, you were thinking that you were privatizing, so you are privatizing. This is irrational. This is absurd. As a society, we need to overcome this. And I believe that it is mainly special groups that insist on this. And this will be the battle of the government on many levels. Mr. Fragakis, to go to the second round.
You are the Secretary General of the National Tourism Organization, EOT. So you have a more global view of tourism, a bird's eye view. We see that tourism is growing, but we can hear serious people, not like the minister, like the ones the minister described earlier, but serious people maintain that in some parts of the sustainability of the model is questionable, especially as regards the infrastructures, and moreover, that the infrastructures are not resilient any longer, especially during the summer months, both because of the numbers, but also due to the lack of the necessary projects. Mrs. Piriotis, I believe that we can withstand all this if we do it properly. So, good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate Next is Now and Dome for an excellent organization of the conference. Once again, our organization, EOT, will always continue to support this effort, since it is a forum where we can come to debate and come to useful conclusions. Ms. Pirioti, you have presented one aspect of the matter. If I were to highlight the greatest challenges of Greek tourism for the next 10 years, I would say, first and foremost, that we need to adapt to the consequences, the effects of climate crisis. For me, this is very important. And I say adjust, not deal with, because we don't know how we are going to be face this. This is a fundamental issue that is linked to the survival of Greek tourism. In the past 40 years, our tourism has mainly the beauty of our landscape to offer. Another important issue is the need to provide tourism product throughout the country, to provide time and geographical extension of this tourism. So prolongation of the season is not only prolongation of the season. Prolongation of the season is here already. We are in November, and we were in November, and there were so many tourists. But the issue is how to continue providing revenue to local societies. The people who work in tourism are quite a few people, but there could be even more people working over and above the obvious service provisions, etc., etc. What else can we do? Listen, I'm not discussing the summer. Of course not. For us, in the past 3 years, Greece is a destination, an integrated destination. What we are trying to achieve in collaboration with the big global players is to promote the less known destinations, the Greek winter, and all those activities that are not very well known outside this country. So if we look at these two challenges and we deal with them seriously, then we will success. There is an idea going around which is very damaging to our tourism, that Greece is suffering from over-tourism. No, this is true for a specific period in August and in specific areas. No, there is no, we don't have excessive tourism, of course, because if we think of Venice, as Ms. Pirioti, just the city has 30 million visitors. But we as a country will be able to receive 35 million as a country, not as a city. This government has shown that it is promoting infrastructure projects all over the country. This has been shown in the past 3.5 years. This helps our citizens, but also our tourists, to help tourism. We don't need any more projects just for tourism. May I disagree with you? Let me disagree on the following. If we have an area of 3,000 inhabitants and all of a sudden it sees 30,000, the infrastructure will not be adequate. There will be either problems in water supply, in sewage, in garbage collection, etc. etc. So the plan should not only take into account the permanent inhabitants, but should also take into account the pressure that will appear during the summer times. Yes, I can agree with you, but the state needs to take into account how this infrastructure is going to withstand the climate crisis, and one is linked to the other. Let me now proceed to the two speakers who will discuss one thing, the hotels. So I will start with Mr. Vasilikos, the president of the Hoteliers' Chamber of Greece. My question to you, Mr. Vasilikos, is the following. The image of Greek hotels has vastly improved. It's something that we were not used to in the past. During the past 20 years, the level has gone up at every size of hotels. This is an asset, I would say. Wherever we go in Greece, we can find high quality and hotels which provide satisfaction to tourists.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Everything that we have heard so far is very interesting. First of all, let me say that we cannot do away with what we are, and maybe we shouldn't. We need everything. We need to have a balanced approach, balanced development, and I'm talking about the hoteliers sector, examining also what is happening also in Europe. In many countries, we need to have big investments, we need to have big groups, we need to have big brands which attract and which show the way and which have the big investments in R&D and which pave the way. But this does not happen in a win-win way, as the minister said. We have mostly this scenario, win-win, as long as the prerequisites are correct. In areas where we are trying the carrying capacity, we need to have the right specifications, specifications, especially as regards the environment. We cannot have golf courses all over Greece, in the islands of Greece, for instance. But the examples that we have are really subversive in a positive way for local communities. When we're talking about a one-digit number of golf courses in Greece, and we have hundreds of golf courses in other countries, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. We don't need to be in with one-digit golf courses or have 600 as Sweden has. So we require a balanced approach, taking into account our identity. I agree with you, Mrs. Pyriotti, and you said it nicely in your introduction. The private sector has indeed taken leaps forward, and I said it in the interview 2 weeks ago. The Greece of rooms to let has become Greece of quality hotels. As you said, also in gastronomy, the Greece of Greek moussaka has become a country where you can go to the local restaurant with a chef. Yes, the prices are higher, but compared to other countries in Europe, and I'm saying this because we have visitors who are shocked with the level of prices. I will ask you afterwards about the prices and your personnel. So we need to take into account the features that we have. I will say that maybe the mistake we did for many decades is that we did not invest in tourism. We had a state policy and I will say this in a way, this phrase, that we will not become the waiters of Greece, of Europe. The Prime Minister said the other day that our objective is to become the first brand. We are changing the mindset. We cannot have 25% of the GDP, and 25% is not just 25% in roads. Mr. Hadjis is from roads. So we need to take into account the balance of local community. And I agree with the Minister that we should not just count the figures. And we've been saying this for many years. We are not counting just the success of tourism with heads in airports with turnover. Yes, but we need to have different criteria. We want to have balanced development of the local community. We need to have multipliers for the other sectors. Who is the greatest guardian? We presented the manifesto in Brussels, representing all countries of Europe on tourism. The main issue that I raised in Brussels is to have a line in the European budget for tourism. It is a matter of identity. We need to do a zoom out. We need to see what is happening in the rest of the world. We are in the Schengen zone today, which is the greatest destination globally. But let's take a look outside. Saudi Arabia will have 500,000 rooms in the next 7 years. If we do not provide the tools to the people in hospitality so that they can retain the level that they require to be competitive tomorrow, whether they have a family tavern or a family hotel in a small Greek island or the big units, the big hotel units, all this will be questioned, and we have an obligation to protect it because it is part of the European way of life. Mr. Hadjis, let me come to you, and then I will ask you both a question. You are the president of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Hoteliers. You are from Rhodes. I didn't know that. So, Rhodes. I remember, as this newspaper did, that Rhodes was the first place that I saw when I was a child. We were going there to buy English products because they had better prices. And I saw this cosmopolitan effect. So it is part of your DNA. How has it been transformed? In the past, we had Rhodes, Corfu, and a bit of Athens. Where do you stand today? And where does the whole part of hotels stand, pertaining to challenges that have to do with competitors, but also with the inflows from Europe? Good afternoon. Congratulations for this organization. It is very nice to see that more and more people are interested in tourism in Greece. I feel that I agree that most of what has been said. I had some notes as to what I wanted to say, but I have been covered. As regards what Alexandros mentioned, we have monopolized public dialogue by measuring records and revenues. Of course, revenues are inflationary, since we have high inflation, and they do not constitute a reliable way to measure the success of this sector, since the operational expenses have also increased. I will interrupt you. Mr. Skylakakis knows it better. Yes, of course, but just imagine the contrary. If the revenues from tourism were dropping, or if they were as they were back in the time when we have much lower revenues, what it would mean for the public budget and public investments. Yes, I agree, but we need to read the figures properly. And second, the arrivals, which is a very important figure, but it's not all the areas of Greece that have these record arrivals. There were areas, for instance, regions such as the Peloponnese, and it is important to say that Greece is a destination that has very different areas, very different regions, And it is true that we will have a record figure today despite the effects of the climate crisis. Now, saturation. I agree with Mr. Fragakis. There are areas that could potentially be suffering from tourism in a very narrow window of time. But the prolongation of tourism period does not pertain to May to September, but a broader area. We have a sort of pyramid. In August, there is a chaos, and in the other periods, the accommodation, there are areas that have problems selling their products. Now, the problem of the issue of infrastructure. You said, you gave the example of areas where there are 3,000 people and the infrastructure is for 3,000 people, and then at some point we have 30,000 people arriving there. Now, the third point I wanted to make, yes, it's the win-win solution. What we're saying is that in all transactions, we need to have a win-win situation. So in tourism, we have to talk about 4 wins. The state, that must get the taxes and the revenues produced for the GDP. The second is the society, where, yes, Mr. Fragakis said about the social cohesion, absolutely. Third is the environment. Whatever happens, we must respect the natural and cultural environment. And fourth win is the business community, which invests in tourism. May I ask you both something, because it is very important. How do you see the major challenge of leasing and Airbnb? And second, the lack or deficit, or rather lack of specialized employees, blue collars or anything, which is present even more acutely during summertime. Let's start with you, Mr. Vasilikos, with the short leases, which is gradually underway to be regulated. Well, short leases.
Our chamber started the studies already since 2012 and ever since 2017. Our studies were not designed to look at the competition with that, but the balance in local communities. It is important to look at what is happening in other countries. We, as hoteliers, we have never been aggressive vis-à-vis the short-term leasing solutions. This is a new trend which we need to accept, but we do not, it should not be too aggressive. There are parts of Greece where hotels are prohibited to be built, but if you go there, you will see that everybody is building in view of that. So I suppose, and I hope, I expect the national spatial planning, the special plan for tourism, which will deal with that. So, short-term leasing, the short-term leasing is also dealing with local communities. There are parts in Greece where building will bring revenue higher than the person's salary. Also, in New York, for instance, I have discussed with my colleagues abroad that out of 77,000 places of accommodation for short-term leasing, this has gone down to 8,000 because local administration decide to limit this activity due to its negative effects. Yes, a negative footprint. That's right. The debate is now open, and I believe that there will be ongoing. Mr. Hadzis, do you have something to add here? Yes, I fully agree with Alexandros. The only thing I'd like to add is that at this point in time, the tax law deals only from a taxation point of view with this issue, but we expect a bill from the Ministry of Tourism that will set out rules, maybe not limits, but rational rules. It is a global trend, but it should not go against the local communities. And let's discuss the issue of the lack of staff, both skilled staff and also blue-collar staff. This becomes apparent every summer. On the other hand, the employees, I read about it in the social networks, but also from a trade union point of view, tell us that neither salaries nor living conditions and working conditions are appropriate or what they could be in order to make this their work attractive, the job attractive. So there is a lack of human resources, but the existing human resources complain against about many of your colleagues as regards the way they live, they work, and their pay. The bad news travel faster than good news. We have listened to many cases of bad employers. Very rarely do we hear about good employers, but most hoteliers are excellent employers, and the living conditions of their staff are excellent. Unfortunately, we do not hear enough of this. We hear, no, I'm not talking about the few who take away the tips from their staff. No, I'm talking about larger, serious, and very well-to-do cases where the salaries are very low, have nothing to do with the grandeur that tourism has. And that is why you do not find staff. Listen, as far as the blue collar is concerned, please, in general terms, the hotels are among the few branches of the economy, the few sectors of the economy that has maintained the collective agreement since 2012. The salaries are quite high. As far as I know, the collective agreement is, of course, compulsory for all. If some businessmen... Mr. Vasilikos, don't tell me about exceptions. I will agree. I will disagree with you. I will fully disagree with you. You may do that as much as you like. So the collective agreement for hotel employees is 17% higher than the average. My wife, who is a doctor, earns approximately 10% than a hotel employee. So we should look at things in perspective. You're quite right in saying that we should not blacken the image of this sector because of some bad employers. They should be dealt seriously and with the necessary strict measures. But let me point out what you said, short-term leasing. A recent study showed about 55,000 jobs. Well, where are the social security contributions? Because 75% of Greek hotels offer less than 50 rooms. But when they cannot find employees because the staff works in the gray market while receiving the unemployment benefits. So, there are some bad examples of the waiters serving in the sea during the summer. Yes, that was very rightly promoted, but this is not Greek hospitality. Listen, Mr. Vasilikes, do you have job openings, 53,000 jobs this year? Yes, only Greeks, or do you expect that, do you believe that we should have a different policy so that we could use people who are legally being employed? I will reply sincerely. Last week we were in Brussels for a European meeting. Greek hospitality has to be provided by Greeks, otherwise it is not Greek hospitality. This is a solution for which everybody is lobbying, that there should be state agreements in order for these positions to be covered. But how many sectors do not have lack of positions? Nobody. It's a demographic issue. It's a global demographic issue. Solutions like the ones you mentioned are necessary, and long-term solutions.
Let's go to transportation. And this is the artillery. Without transport, we cannot have tourism, at least the tourism we know. Everything depends on the flights. When I get the next flight, when I go, when I come, when will it be cheaper, more expensive, etc. Let's start with infrastructure. And I will give the floor to Mr. Villos, who is the General Director for Development of Fraport Greece. And the first question is, okay, you have upgraded the 14 regional airports, you have renovated them in an impressive way. Now, regarding the next period of Greek tourism, how are we? Where do we stand as regards the upgrading of infrastructure? Well, first of all, I would like to thank for this invitation. It is really an honor and a privilege for me and the company I represent, Fraport Greece, to be here every year and support this organization. We have completed a major investment plan, more than €500 million for the upgrading of the 14 regional airports, and we have completed it some months before the end date, while we were in the midst of the pandemic, right? Yes, indeed. There were 14 airports in operation that we had to upgrade and expand considerably and renovate. And especially during summer times when we were busy, this took our schedule somehow backwards, but we managed to finish on time. But this does not mean that this is where our investment ends. We have various models. We see the development of passenger traffic per destination of our airports. And depending on the estimates and the forecast that we have, we plan further upgradings and expansions of the airports. It's not that we have finished the investment. You mean the already existing airports? Yes, the already existing airports that we manage. Will there be other airports that could be entered? Well, right now there is a tender for the Kalamata airport, and there is an intention by the government to have another 22 airports enter the game. So there is an ongoing tender. We, as a company, we do not participate in this because we are a special purpose company. But our shareholders, Kopelouzos Group and Fraport, have a scheme that participates for Kalamata and we expect this the result of this tender. Mrs. Spiridaki, Aegean, you are the Director of Corporate Affairs. Aegean, following a very difficult period, Aegean is recovering spectacularly. What were the results this year, and what do you expect for 2024? Thank you for this invitation and the opportunity you give us to discuss things that we discuss in other fora, but these are things that must be discussed, must be talked over. There is a need for public debate. We are rather fully aligned, not because we are trade unionists, but the truth is that the results are results based on synergy. And these are depicted in the good path. And this is indicative as to how we can move forward. Indeed, Aegean is more powerful and empowered after COVID. We have been direly hit. Yes, indeed. Air transportation all over the world, it was unbelievable. Yes, for a very long time we had zero activity. The only way we did some flights was in order not to cut down the country in 32. So the blow was very, very strong. However, we worked a lot in order to come back and be able to respond to what we were seeing coming. And we took care that it comes. It is true that the Greek brand name is more powerful after COVID, and all the actors in tourism did not sit down waiting for when the automatic pilot would bring the results, but there were a lot of efforts and a lot of investments. Just an example, this year, as everything shows, it will be very spectacular, very impressive. We will have impressive results. We have contributed not just because we have reached 19.7 seats. We increased our capacity, 19.7 million, that is, and we took care to prolong the period. And also, this prolongation was a very pleasant surprise. We had an increase in visits in Thessalonica, where we have been investing during the last 2 years. 2 years ago, it was not so, but this year we had an important increase. I guess Mr. Vilos will be able to share results regarding the airport. So when you invest in the long run, Thessaloniki became a city break. It is the second destination after Athens. And there are a lot of tourists for weekends or 3 days holidays. Yes, and during winter time as well. There is a lot of traffic, and this is why we have kept a lot of routes which are only seasonal, but we have kept them for winter time, and this is yielding results. Another interesting surprise was our investment in destinations less popular, Limnos, Skiros, Sitia, just indicatively. We have increased our capacity by putting bigger planes, and this, of course, gave a good boom. Let me ask both of you, because it is interrelated. What is the picture, and what are the major challenges that you consider that the tourism sector will face in the immediate future? Mr. Vilos, you take the floor first, and then Mrs. Spiridaki. Well, for me, the major problem is personnel. Mr. Vasilikos talked about 55,000. Estimates say that overall we are talking about 80,000 vacancies. And this, of course, affects the quality of the service provided. When you don't have enough hands, you cannot provide the service that you want to provide to your customers. If we combine this with the disproportionate increase of prices, and I say disproportionate because some price increases are logical because we have inflation. But we have reduction of the service provided, and on the other hand, we have an increase of the price. So the ratio quality price is more difficult, and this reduces competitiveness, and this is something that we should pay attention to. Moreover, a major challenge is that we need to change the mindset. All these years we have developed based on the philosophy sea and sun, and that was good. But people are now looking into experiences. People want this. Mr. Fragakis can talk about it. Our campaign has been different for many years now. Yes, we need to invest in the part of experiences. Regarding the prolongation, either we're talking about airports, airliners, hotels, we try to help to this end. In some destinations, at the end of September, they close down because they are happy with the income they had. An airline company will not come in October or November if they know that there will be no hotels or restaurants open or coffee shops. So we need to have to work in order to change the mindset. Mrs. Spiridaki, yes, I agree with Mr. Villos, but I want to stress something that is a pending issue for us. It is related to the quality of the service and has nothing to do with the management of traffic control. A different infrastructure, critical infrastructure for our operations. So the challenge to manage tomorrow, because we start the beginning of the season much earlier, seeing that Greece is very attractive. So we need to be able to manage air traffic control in a way so as not to have problems with delays. Of course, the issue of personnel in the whole ecosystem of air traffic, it is crucial. Not only because when we do not have personnel, they will not get out the luggage and you will wait for 1.5 hours, but also because it will not be sustainable in the future. We invest in professions that are purely air traffic. We have programs for pilot training and stewards, etc., but this is not enough. And to have synergies, which is not easy always. Yes, of course, we are happy to be able to communicate, but it is not always easy. And this is where the interests come into play, and these are depicted. But, okay, sometimes they are conflicting, sometimes not. Minister, let's come back to you, to your ministry. I would say that since you handled successfully, I mean, during your tenure, the RRF, and since everything is a matter of synergy, I would like to conclude this discussion with an observation by your part, an overall viewpoint on sustainable tourism and the tourism model, not if you were in the shoes of Mrs. Kefalogianni, but contrary to that, from your position and from your experience. Well,
looking at the future, mainland Greece has a great potential of high quality and sustainable growth. What has happened during the crisis, especially transport infrastructure, have greatly improved. We have a network of highways, a number of airports which will increase. We have other types of infrastructure, such as waste management. We're dealing with chronic problems that spoil our image. Energy, whereby we will have plenty and energy and better priced energy, have all of these or part of these, a number of these being included in the RRF? Yes, of course, not all. We also have the NSRF, the ESPA, but there are also big private investments. We have the spatial planning that will be completed in the near future, and this will facilitate investment. So what do we... And we also have to deal with climate change, which demands that on one hand we invest in resilience, and on the other hand it also prolongs or rather makes the summers hotter, so it will be more difficult for us to sell the month of August, and at the same time increases the tourist season. It is certain, therefore, that we need to move towards a different tourist product, to use a different model, because there are also risks involved in the future. We need to move in a coordinated manner, on the basis of a rational plan, and let me come back to what I said earlier, in a manner that will need to bring about a number of small compromises between the government and different sectors. For instance, Airbnb, hotels, etc. Because what we need to understand is that when a society is cohesive and where there is understanding, there is success and growth. As long as we are able to proceed on the basis of understanding, of limited compromises and reforms, we will be able to achieve a country that is well developed. We will stop saying that Greece is trying to reach the European levels, but Greece will be among the top countries in Europe. But we need to discover the meaning of understanding, of consulting with one another. There are small islands that need to, islands of interests that need to understand all this. Minister, Madam, gentlemen, thank you very much. This was a very interesting debate. I will now hand over to a new generation of journalists and the young generation of ministers who will be discussing the new model of tourism.
Μαρία Αναστασοπούλου. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κυρία Πυριώτη.
I give the floor to Ms. Anastasopoulou. Thank you, Ms. Pyrgioti. Good afternoon. We have just attended a very interesting discussion. And as Mariana has said, we will continue trying to delve into the new models of tourism. We will be discussing alternative island destinations which have performed miracles, have advanced the whole idea very, very much. For this reason, I will give the floor to Ms. Elena Rapti, Deputy Minister of Tourism, before we start this debate. Welcome.
Ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ.
A big thank you to the next is now, and to Dome Consulting, Mr. Hadjinikolaou and Ms. Pyrgioti, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to take the floor on such an important conference on Greek tourism. Congratulations on the excellent organization. Greece has every reason to invest in tourism, and that is what we're doing. But we're doing so in a modern way and not based on obsolete models. One of the best tourism destinations of the world must and needs to invest on the basis of sustainability, and therefore we follow the international tourist trends as they are being recorded by international organizations. For instance, for the period 23 and 24, the Amadeus reports show that there is a high interest and many things happening in the field of AI. AI was introduced in Greece in the welcoming of customers, and we expect their further to increase their popularity. Fintech technology is facilitating international travelers, and virtual reality destinations are assist destinations because potential travelers experience the destination when at home, and they then decide whether they will travel. Travel models are changing, although travel is flourishing. Over and above technological means and instruments, we follow the trends in international travels, means, motives, and expected experience. So, travel without luggage is growing. Recreational travels linked to professional travel, influencers traveling, as well as fitness and well-being tourism, also music tourism. Fans of specific groups want to combine concerts with holidays, and Athens is being used as an example for 2024 because the week that the Coldplay announced their recital in Greece, the demand for travel went up by 62%, and for Romania 91%. So these trends may become our great comparative advantage as long as we welcome the differentiation. A horizontal trend is the prolongation of holidays. As the minister mentioned, what we have seen after the pandemic is that people need to travel more, and on the basis of a choice between a purchase and an experience, they opt for the experience. And a survey has shown that 84% of Gen Z and millennials are willing to save on purchases in order to make the trip of their dreams. These are the new elements of the modern parameters in tourism, and it looks as if these tourists will be more demanding. Their holiday scenario need to be better, and service providers need to offer better products. And of course, they need to travel away from mass tourism and homogeneity. The trends show that the market is ready to discuss more sustainable tourist models, and they are being sought after. In recent years, I'm following debates about whether tourism on our more famous islands is sustainable. The reply, the answer that travelers give is that they want something different. So visitors follow this rationale. We all want Greece to be on the tourist map because we base our knowledge on our sustainability and differentiation. We don't want Kalymnos to become Mykonos, which has also become an international climbing destination. So everybody, all organizations and all citizens are involved in this effort. The UN demands that we involve everyone, and this is also becomes also a safety net, because although we have overcome the pandemic, we should never forget that everything must be upset within moments. We saw it with the energy crisis, with the climate crisis, with the wars in our neighborhood. So the fact that we need to be creative in view of sustainability is a sign of resilience and is social and is a social demand.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Λοιπόν, ο κύριος Γιώργος...
Mr. George Patoulis, Regional Governor of Attica, the mayor who abolished the garbage bins, the mayor of Tilos, Mrs. Maria Kamali Ferri. I am waiting, Mayor, impatiently to hear from you how a small island manages to do such big acts. The assistant professor in marketing and tourism in the International University of Greece, Mr. Antonis Giannopoulos. Thank you, Professor. And Mr. Aris Theodoropoulos, mountain guide, mountaineering and climbing trainer, and author, Mr. Aris Theodoropoulos. Minister, I just took some notes. You talked about the strategic objective of sustainability of destinations. Can you tell us about steps taken? It is one of the strategic objectives in the Ministry of Tourism, that is to promote the sustainability of destinations. And we want this to take place with various interventions in order to prolong the tourism activity throughout the year and all over the country. We want to reinforce local communities. We want to intensify the collaboration between central government, local communities, and private initiatives, and of course to have measurements, to have data on the tourism product in each area, because this will pave the way as to how we will move on the next day. We believe that sustainability does not pertain just to the environment. It pertains to the whole society, the people, the economy. And I think it is very important to see the identity of local communities, to see the rights of people and be able to invest on those in order to promote our tourism product. I would like to say a few words about some actions and initiatives to reinforce sustainability. The first one has to do with DMMOs. These are DMMOs, where we will give the opportunity to local governments to manage their own product. Of course, the special forms of tourism that can contribute very efficiently in prolonging the tourism period, because they define the special features of each area. And all this in the context of sustainable development of the United Nations. This is a parameter that we pay special emphasis. Diving tourism, spa tourism, we will hear about this, we will talk about it. It was mentioned in the previous panel how important for the local societies is to enter into this, because without the local societies, the local communities, this is very difficult. So on the occasion of these initiatives that you present, is there a good collaboration? Yes, there is excellent collaboration, and it will go on, because you know, it is not just one successful model. Each area, even the smallest destination, may put forward their own, that is the distinguishing feature with other areas, and this is related to competitiveness. We support special forms of tourism through the RRF as well, and in the effort to expand, to prolong tourism in winter months, we also support mountainous tourism with the upgrading of ski resorts and paths and trails, etc. We have the specialist here. We will come back to you, Mrs. Rapti. Now let's go on to the regional governor of Attica, Mr. Patoulis, to see how local government helps in this. We have the islands in Attica, which have become very, very popular destinations. And I want you to tell us what are your initiatives throughout this time and from now on, in order to achieve that is, to have sustainability for tourism growth. Thank you very much. It is true that from the very first moment in 2019, we tried to make these islands in the Saronic Gulf to have sustainability and to make them destinations. And as regards sustainability, we were the first destination in 2022 all over Europe. And this award was the result of this effort that I'm going to explain. Second, the Green Deal was the result, gave us the possibility to have circular economy and also to manage solid waste through recycling. We are the first region in the country that we recycle bio-waste. And on the other hand, I would say that we are the region which has managed to reduce by 25% electricity consumption through the LED bulbs that we have financed in all school buildings and kindergartens. On the other hand, we are the region which was included in the WHO healthy region in order to promote prevention and to promote the notion of a healthy city. Each city must develop through a strategy so that what is related to infrastructures to be sustainable, but to be able also to serve the citizens and the citizens being able to live in a healthy way. Allow me to say that through various ways, pre-symptomatic controls, exams, etc., that we developed with WHO, we want to put forward the region of Attica as the healthy region of Europe and, of course, the world. And due to the increase of well-being and medical tourism, to have wellness, yes, instead of well-being, wellness, in order to be the first. We will go on. Now, let's move on to Mrs. Kama Aliferi, the mayor of Tilos. Once you Google her name, you just read good things about her, about the island as well. the mayor that all the islands would like to have. So did you know that in Tilos, they have really abolished the garbage bins. All waste produced on the island is collected and enhanced in a way that it does not damage the environment. How did you manage to do that with a small island, in a small island like Tilos?
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. This is a result of a policy that our municipality, our city follows for the past 40 years. So you're not maintaining that you did that. You say that the previous ones, the ones your predecessors did. Of course, Tassos Aliferis, the late Tassos Aliferis started that. So we feel very proud of what we have achieved. And it's not only the waste, the garbage, it's the energy as well. Tilos is the first autonomous and green island as characterized as such, not by me or by the state, but by the European Commission throughout the year. Only during the period of between August and September, when there's many people on the island, we need to use the submarine cable, and sometimes we export energy because we are a connected islands, and energy flows from us to other islands. This is about to change on the basis of the new program that we have joined. The RESs will increase, so we are going to be 100% autonomous. We are the only certified island with zero waste in the world. For the past few years, we have not even buried 1 kilogram of waste. The landfills in this country are actually dumps. We have turned it into a center for innovation, and when you visit, you can't believe your eyes. So what do people do with their waste? We collect it at home. We perform a very easy way of recycling, sorting. One bag for the recyclable materials. There's a special bag for the organic waste, and the dirty papers, which are only 10%, are kept separately. And don't imagine any important headlines, etc., sustainable development, etc., etc. We speak plainly. We say, let's save our island. So you, Madam Mayor, you went to the people and said, I want us to become the zero waste island. No objection. Of course, there were people looking at me strangely. When we said, when we spoke about clean energy, renewable energy sources, they looked at us strangely. But they know us. We speak to the people and we answer the question. As regards recycling, we were scared of how the older people will adopt the habit. That was a huge surprise. These are the people, this is the group that really follows all these rules very carefully. The manner in which they sort the recyclable materials, etc., etc. And why have we won this bet? Because young children, kindergarten children, can give you a lesson on recycling, on cyclical economy. A proposal, and I can say it in front of the Deputy Minister. you should form a delegation from your island to visit different islands to discuss what you have achieved. It is hugely impressive, and we managed this as a community, but we had the huge support by the regional authorities of Southern Aegean, and I must stress the importance of cooperation among institutional authorities in these efforts. Mr. Patoulis mentioned that earlier, and the person who inspired this idea, who told me, Maria, we were thinking of creating a waste-free island. Thanasis Polychronopoulos really delved on the issue. I am impatient and I would like to listen to your future plans. But before that, I will ask Professor Yiannopoulos, how can we turn theory into practice, Professor? How can we implement the models that our tourism needs? But of course, we saw this happening on the island of Tilos.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and a great honor, and to discuss with the research that we are having. We try to create value in an ecosystem. This is what tourism is. What we have been trying to do throughout these years, and what we need to keep in our minds, because we're talking about alternative forms of tourism, special forms of tourism, but we need to take a step back and see what are the incentives of those tourists who want to come. We're talking about these products, but in terms of marketing, we are at risk of having product orientation. We don't want to have products and then decide who will buy them. We need to, I keep saying that this is a Disneyland country. We need to distinguish this in terms of local government, because the tourists do not come here to vote. This is what we need to keep in mind. We have a lot of Russian mountain trains. The tourists do not understand, signs where it says that the region of the Peloponnese wishes you safe travels, for instance. We are also, maybe for the first time in history, we see 5 different generations. We have baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, Gen Z, and now we're talking about Generation A, the Alpha. Due to the technological change that acts as a catalyst, Mrs. Rapti mentioned that. How do 20-year-olds travel now? What is the model that they want to have in order to have a good time in their holidays and invest the money that they have saved in Greece or elsewhere? I think the fellow speaker said that about the experience, an experience that is co-shaped on the spot. And even before that, digitally, because the touch points that we have with the product start a long time before the journey. And we share this in real time with people. And even if we do not understand it, this co-shapes the picture about the destination. And this is what we are doing today. Part of this branding is what we are trying to do today. We try to co-shape. However, in order to see some criteria that segment the market, for instance, geographical, etc., we tried to see what are the markets in Eastern Asia. And we wanted to see about Greece from China, Korea, South Korea, and Japan. After the analysis, the geographical criterion was so difficult to recognize because the categorization, and we call these clusters, they want it all, those who come, mainly Chinese, but we have also other nationalities, and who will even take a picture of the garbage can. We have also the novelty seekers who spend much more. They want to see things, they want to have experience. And here we have Japanese, Korean, less Chinese. The most interesting thing is the third part. And we thought that maybe something was wrong. It was methodologically a very good survey. They were the repeaters, the people who come often, not Chinese, Japanese and Korean, higher income, higher educational level, but they have the less incentive to come back to the country, which means, and these were the lowly motivated. We need to focus and target these profiles. I will come back to you, Professor. But since we were talking about Tilos, we will see now, Mr. Fedoropoulos, how in Kalymnos as well a small miracle has been achieved, because all this has been achieved thanks to, not only thanks to climbing. Since we're talking about prolongation of the season, etc., etc., in Kalymnos we have 8 months of tourism period, and we go on, I think. Yes? Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here and represent some crazy people, quote unquote, who are doing climbing. We would all like to do it, but we cannot do it. I am very happy that a sport that we love and which helps towards balanced growth and who helps people from the local communities to be able to be active professionally in their place of origin, and which provides benefits to small islands such as Kalymnos. Indeed, in Kalymnos right now, Kalymnos is considered one of the top tourism destinations as regards climbing. It's the epitome of alternative tourism. Yes, we have an 8-month season, and maybe we could have had more if we had direct flights to Kos during winter time. We have 8 months because the flights, charter flights for Kos, start at the beginning of April. So beginning of April, end of November. We have full season in Kalymnos. October is what August is for other destinations. In Masuri, which is the very touristic area of Kalymnos, in good restaurants you have to book in October, 1 or 2 days beforehand, in order to eat there. Something very impressive that you were telling me while preparing this discussion is that this affects everyone on the island. I mean, people go and buy houses in Kalymnos. Yes, exactly. I'll give you an example. In the neighborhood where I live in Masuri, it is just opposite Telendos, a very beautiful area in Kalymnos, and 80% are foreigners. I mean, who have bought houses. Just a few people from Kalymnos. There are foreign climbers who come and who buy houses in order to be able and live here as long as they can. And with this economic activity, the whole island is being assisted. Mr. Patoulis wants to start. Can he start now? It is never too late. He's a bit hesitant, but I don't know. It is never too late. This is a sport that anyone can do. You will not become a champion, but you can do it. With Mr. Patoulis, we were in Kiparissi in Laconia, which is also a destination that we started from scratch. For me, it is one of the most beautiful villages in Greece. Kiparissi had no one in autumn and spring, and right now it lives through thanks to climbing. Mrs. Rapti, you talked in your introduction and you referred to our islands, which are our pride. We have two characteristic examples how two islands find a way to put forward their beauty, which of course is non-negotiable, and also to do innovative and pioneering things. Yes, this is how competitiveness is reinforced.
It is really commendable to see the number of sports people who come to this to the country in April, May, and September and October. Mostly visitors are sports people who come for the climbing. Now, because since we discussed what can be the inspiration for young people to visit, for instance, over and above the concerts, we have sports events. 65,000 participants from 140 countries participated in the Athens Marathon. So events can attract visitors who will then come to know our food and many other things. The professors said something very interesting earlier. It is not enough to create tourist products that we don't know who to sell to, but we need to create attractive products. Yes, of course, in order to have the adequate response. What is important is that through the alternative experiences or products, we can attract people outside the season and to help tourists enjoy a full experience that will bring them back. Let's discuss the island of Poros, Mr. Partoulis, because we heard the Prime Minister discuss it, Astipalea as well, we don't mention that either, and Halki too. So Poros as well. First of all, let me tell you that among 14 Mediterranean countries, we managed to be included in the European program of strategy for sustainability with 7 islands of the Saronic Gulf. And we have been awarded big tourist prizes for 2023. The Saronic Gulf Islands received these prizes, were awarded these prizes, something that was not popularized enough. The Prime Minister mentioned the island of Poros, recycling, cyclical economy, energy autonomy, and all of these things that will promote the island of Poros along with many other islands and make it an important destination for those who are seeking blue zones, wellness. And if we combine this with the fact that we have a long heritage starting from Hippocrates. Hippocrates created the first medical tourism, and modern doctors are our global ambassadors. And also the huge network that connects all the cities, which and is certified by the WHO. So all this can create a global trend that Greece promotes sustainability, provides good hospitality, and also provides health services, can restore people's health. Also sports tourism, as the Deputy Minister said. And as regards the marathon, this is the reason why the regional authority have doubled the budget for this marathon. Also on the island of Spetses, where we have a bike race. Yes, but always in conjunction with the cities, the healthy cities and the proper hospitality, healthy hospitality, Blue zone tourism is going to grow by 2025 at a rate of 21%. I'm sure that you have discussed this with Mrs. Rapti. So let me go back to the mayor of Tilos. We have discussed the fact that this approach has attracted lots of tourists, and we have the brand names. Which are your next objectives? Since you have managed not to have waste, so you are a waste-free island, the bar is very high, and it creates challenges to you. What do the inhabitants request now? Have colleagues from other islands approach you to give them your expertise?
Yes, I have been approached, for sure. And what I believe is that, especially in small islands, zero waste program will go on with the support of the region of Southern Aegean. And it is a European imperative to enter into this circular economy. In islands, it's much easier and much more useful due to the small ecosystem that we have and due to the fact that transportation is not easy. I mean, to take away waste or to bury them, to put them in landfills. What I keep saying to my colleagues is that the easy thing was to climb up where we are. The difficult thing is to remain here, because everyone waits for something more powerful. For some years now, during the last 5 years, we have invested a lot in managing water resources. This is a very, very extremely difficult issue for our era. And through the micro network that we have with renewable sources that we have managed to monitor the quantity and the quality of water and the possibility of not losing anything. This is a major challenge, a major bet. Another one, and we are waiting for the spatial plan for Greece. We are waiting to see, because Tilos is the whole island is part of Natura. But in these areas, in the Natura areas, it is not provided for having buildings for schools, for instance. What we are asking for is that, since we are a Natura island, a green island, what we try to prove is that, we can have both people and the development of the area, of the land, and healthy environment go hand in hand. And this is something. So what are you asking for? It's an opportunity, because we have the minister here. Yes, we cannot have horizontal cross-cutting measures for the whole of Greece and not taking into account the insularity. I want to build a school. How am I going to do it? It is forbidden in Natura areas to build a building more than 450 square meters, with some exceptions. So you want to have an exception, a distinction. Yes, of course, the clause of insularity must be implemented. It has not been implemented, not once. I have been shouting about it for 12 years. We are a green destination, and we are among the first ones that paved the way. We have a season that lasts from March, April until the end of October. Why? Because we are a green destination. Can we develop more? Yes, we can, with very strict rules, okay, and conditions. I am among the few mayors who shout and say that indeed we must put into practice the carrying capacity study. We cannot bet on a lame horse, as it were. We have to take care of our natural resources. Yes, this green feature becomes a boomerang. does not let you do other things. Yes, okay, fine. I want us now to go to Mr. Yiannopoulos, because we discussed about the Made in Greece and the branding, and I want to ask, do we use the Made in Greece because this is our as it were, our major advantage, our major asset? How can we use it even better? Thank you very much. I want to say the following. First of all, we travel the image of Greece all over the world, wherever we are. And we are the best ones to welcome our visitors. Now, as regards the Made in Greece, we try to see, when we talk about the products, we know there is a influence as to how customers react. They are influenced by the image of a country when they buy. We have various associations made when we talk about made in Germany, made in France, made in Greece. So in tourism, we try to convey this approach and to see how this could be implemented by utilizing features of the image of Greece as a destination and trying to see in specific forms of tourism based on the allocation done, the categorization made by the World Tourism Organization, which are the elements that are considered as more important or less important. It was an international survey carried out in France in combination with other universities, and what we saw, and we should not forget, which comes out from the survey, is that there is a match or mismatch between what we're trying to do and what people perceive. In Greece, what was expected was the leisure feature, leisure tourism. That was number one, and this is more appropriate. This does not mean that we will not develop the others. For instance, we had China, US, Greece, and Turkey. We saw some mismatches regarding business tourism, sports tourism. Leisure went very well. For the other, we need to have a portfolio management in order to discuss this. I'm very happy that we are having this discussion. We have gone through a lot. We are not just talking about Greek islands. We talked about Poros, Tilos. We talk about Kalymnos, Chalki. So this is what we must do towards the outside world, to introduce ourselves and to be creative. When we see the categorizations in TripAdvisor, Greece topping the top 5 as Greek islands, we don't have just 1,000 different islands, we have 1,000 different identities. So what is happening in areas that we mentioned before must be the rule from now on. This is what you're saying, because this is how, Mrs. Theodolopoulos, we will be able to advertise it, to promote it in order to be even better. Now, talking about Kalymnos, but let's make it more general since we're talking about alternative forms of tourism. What else do you think we should change in order to move forward and in order to go to the next stage? Well, you know, the various mountain sports that I represent require infrastructures. Kalymnos is not by itself just some rocks. The rocks were considered a curse for the island. Now they are considered a blessing. But in order for it to become a blessing, we have created huge infrastructure with 4,500 trails, climbing trails. Each one requires maintenance, it has a cost, etc. So the same must be done to the other activities. For instance, trekking, cross-country skiing in wintertime, which is very interesting for Greece. So we need to have the appropriate infrastructure in order to be able to attract tourists and to promote these services in targeted markets, targeted audience that we have, targeted public. Climbing has a huge potential. It has entered the Olympic Games as a sport. And talking with the president of the World Federation of Climbing, he told me that each day in the US, every day that goes by, 1,000 new people are registered. They're everywhere climbing walls. It has a huge dynamics. We say that we are crazy, but it's not exactly like that. The mayor will come together with Patoulis. Yes, we want the mayor in Kalymnos because we are an alternative tourism mayor and we don't have recycling on the island. I mean, the Americans come and they see the mountains with plastic bottles and they are going berserk. We have huge infrastructure issues. The mayor is really going for it. Patoulis will withdraw at the very last moment. Minister, last comment from you. Yes, I want to stress that in the RRF program, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, there are infrastructure projects provided for alternative tourism and mountainous tourism. I wanted to conclude with the third objective of the Ministry of Tourism pertaining to education, upgrading of education, because our students, tomorrow's employees, are the face of tourism, and we are putting the emphasis. We have two superior colleges and other schools, and we have with us the students from the private college of Anavisos with their very active director. We are investing in upgrading their studies. We are taking care of the curricula, that they are adapted to the needs of the market and the needs of the students. As regards the personnel, we are reinforcing and we are hiring. And since the students have theory and practice, I think this is where we have the comparative advantage. They are very disciplined in their studies, and once they finish their school, they are absorbed by the labor market during the first 6 months at a percentage of 80%, and this is very encouraging. And for those who would like to think about tourism as a profession, I want to say that in collaboration with the Hoteliers Chamber, and Mr. Vasilikos is here, and I want to thank him, there is an educational instrument which is approved by the Ministry of Education, which familiarizes children in the elementary school with the values of hospitality, difference, and entrepreneurship. And they have the opportunity to get to know the professions in this sector. And just one piece of information. Very soon, everyone who is working or who are unemployed for the time being, for the time now, they can participate in the programs. We have ensured 46 million euros for 18,000 participants, modern online training, and they will be paid with 1,250 people. Thank you very much.
Well, we heard about education. People need to come here, and throughout their stay, they need to feel, to have a good experience. So, congratulations for the educational dimension. Okay, we have taken care of the infrastructure, the Riviera of Attica and the Phaleron Bay will change the face of our region, Attica. As far as mountain areas are concerned, and you are right to mention it, both Marnitha, Imitos, and Pikilos Mountain have acquired such trails for people who are interested in that kind of activity. Moreover, diving has also been promoted in Lavrion, and thematic tourism has made huge leaps forward. This will wine tasting and food tasting. So, thank you very much. We will all visit Tilos and Kalymnos in the summer, and also we'll go to Poros on weekend. Not everyone, says the professor. No, we don't want everyone. We will scare the people away. So, during the 8-month period, we can all visit in groups. So thank you very much to everyone.
Κυρία Πυριώτη, ακολουθεί lunch break.
Do we have a lunch break? So this is the lunch break. Τι ώρα είναι?
Το ψιλομαζέψανε, το μάζεψε αυτή, ήταν καλή.
12:50.
Ναι, έπρεπε κανονικά και 45, εντάξει.
Vacations in Attica. Do they have good weather?
Yes.
¿Hay buena comida?
Est-ce que c'est romantique?
But they don't have islands, do they?
وهل من الممكن عطل وإجازات فاخرة؟
Marbola.
Жергілікті тұрғындар қоршаған ортаны күтеді ме? Ол мен үшін өте маңызды.
那边有没有博物馆的？美术馆、文化馆呢？
Y a-t-il de sites historiques à visiter?
Can we go sailing?
Tauchen? Pesci turistica?
Máme gåturer.
I personally like to go running. Will I find something for me?
Si dice che sia un luogo di grande spiritualità, è vero?
¿Les gusta la fiesta?
¿Tienen todo eso en Ática?
Yes.
Και μου λέει ο Σπύρος, θα σε πάω σε ένα μέρος που δεν το ξέρει κανείς. Στο Γερεβάν.
Γερεβάν. Έχω πάει στο Γερεβάν. Πολύ φιλόξενοι Αρμένοι.
Αυτό όμως δεν το έχετε ξαναδοκιμάσει.
Μπορδέτο! Ναι, το είπα πρώτη. Έχω φάει την Κέρκυρα. Αφού έχω πάει, έχω φάει κιόλας.
Λέμε το επόμενο ταξίδι μας να είναι Μαρακές.
Μαρακές, έχω πάει. Έχω πάει.
Αφού πετάμε σε τόσα πολλά μέρη, λογικό είναι κάποιοι να έχουν πάει παντού. Με το μεγαλύτερο δίκτυο προορισμών, γίνε και εσύ ένας από αυτούς.
Έλα, αρωμάτια με τέμ. Έχω πάει. Έχω πάει. Αφού έχω πάει.
Fraport Greece welcomes you to a place where traditional boats set sail into the future and traditional gastronomy returns to its roots, where exotic birds pay a visit and Poseidon brings gifts, where our souls rediscover the meaning of life and lose ourselves in a dreamland, where ancient soldiers protect the sea and voyagers find their way home, where people are in touch with the heavens and all wounds can be healed, where time travellers live and time is measured in pink grains of sand, where we can find new paths to happiness and fairy tales live happily ever after. There is a place that is a journey in itself. It's Greece.
Σήμερα όλοι μιλάνε για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Λένε πως μας δείχνει το μέλλον. Μπορεί όμως να μας ταξιδέψει στο παρελθόν?
Φυσικά και μπορεί.
Και ποια είσαι εσύ?
Είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Cosmote Chronos μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Τι ξέρεις για το άγαλμα της Αθηνάς?
Ήταν 12 μέτρα, φτιαγμένο από ελεφαντόδοντο και χρυσό.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Οδείο του Ηρώτου του Αττικού, ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και χαλκοθήκη.
Μπορεί να τα έχει και ο φίλος μου ο Πολ?
Γιατί όχι? Η εφαρμογή Cosmote Chronos είναι δωρεάν για όλους σε όλον τον κόσμο.
C'est magnifique, n'est-ce pas?
Κυρία, μπορούμε να δούμε πώς είναι και μέσα?
Ναι, και μπορείτε να μάθετε τα πάντα για την ιστορία μας με τον πιο συναρπαστικό τρόπο.
Μπορώ να θαυμάσω εδώ το ναό στις πραγματικές του διαστάσεις?
Ναι, όπου και αν βρίσκεσαι.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Αυτό κάνουμε πραγματικότητα στην Cosmote. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να τη ζήσει όλος ο κόσμος. Γιατί η διάδοση του πολιτισμού δημιουργεί έναν κόσμο καλύτερο για όλους. Cosmote.
Αυτά λοιπόν είναι τα βασικά ωφέλη της πρωτεΐνης. Με συγχωρείτε.
Πάμε στο επόμενο.
Έλα, Βασίλη μου.
Τάσο, σε χρειάζομαι στα Everest.
Έρχομαι αμέσως.
Το απόλυτο Power Duo της γεύσης και της διατροφής ενώνει τις δυνάμεις του και δημιουργεί τα Power Meals. Απολαυστικές επιλογές υψηλής διατροφικής αξίας από τον Βασίλη Καλίδη και τον Αναστάσιο Παπαλαζάρου. Με την υπογραφή των ειδικών Everest Power Meals.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light.
Vacations in Attica. Do they have good weather?
Yes.
¿Hay buena comida?
Est-ce que c'est romantique?
But they don't have islands, do they?
وهل من الممكن عطل وإجازات فاخرة؟
We are bored.
Жергілікті тұрғындар қоршаған ортаны күтеді ме? Ол мен үшін өте маңызды.
那边有没有博物馆的？美术馆、文化馆呢？
Y a-t-il de sites historiques à visiter?
Can we go sailing?
Tauchen?
Pesci turistica?
Máme gå turer?
I personally like to go running. Will I find something for me?
Si dice che sia un luogo di grande spiritualità, è vero?
¿Les gusta la fiesta?
¿Tienen todo eso en Ática?
Yes.
Και μου λέει ο Σπύρος, θα σε πάω σε ένα μέρος που δεν το ξέρει κανείς. Στο Γερεβάν.
Γερεβάν. Έχω πάει στο Γερεβάν. Πολύ φιλόξενοι οι Αρμένοι.
Αυτό όμως δεν το έχετε ξαναδοκιμάσει.
Μπουρδέτο! Ναι, το είπα πρώτη. Έχω φάει την Κέρκυρα. Αφού έχω πάει, έχω φάει κιόλας.
Λέμε το επόμενο ταξίδι μας να είναι Μαρακές.
Μαρακές, έχω πάει. Πού πάει?
Αφού πετάμε σε τόσα πολλά μέρη, λογικό είναι κάποιοι να έχουν πάει παντού. Με το μεγαλύτερο δίκτυο προορισμών, γίνε κι εσύ ένας από αυτούς.
Έλα, αρωμάτια με τέμ.
Έχω πάει.
Έχω πάει.
Αφού έχω πάει.
Fraport Greece welcomes you to a place where traditional boats set sail into the future and traditional gastronomy returns to its roots, where exotic birds pay a visit and Poseidon brings gifts, where our souls rediscover the meaning of life and lose ourselves in a dreamland, where ancient soldiers protect the sea and voyagers find their way home, where people are in touch with the heavens and all wounds can be healed, where time travellers live. And time is measured in pink grains of sand, where we can find new paths to happiness. And fairy tales live happily ever after. There is a place that is a journey in itself. It's Greece.
Σήμερα όλοι μιλάνε για την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη. Λένε πως μας δείχνει το μέλλον. Μπορεί όμως να μας ταξιδέψει στο παρελθόν.
Φυσικά και μπορεί.
Και ποια είσαι εσύ?
Είμαι η Κλειό. Είναι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Chronos μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Τι ξέρεις για το άγαλμα της Αθηνάς?
Ήταν 12 μέτρα, φτιαγμένο από ελεφαντόδοντο και χρυσό.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Οδείο του Ηρόδου του Αττικού, ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και χαλκοθήκη.
Μπορεί να τα έχει και ο φίλος μου ο Πολ.
Γιατί όχι? Η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Chronos είναι δωρεάν για όλους σε όλον τον κόσμο.
C'est magnifique, n'est-ce pas?
Κυρία, μπορούμε να δούμε πώς είναι και μέσα?
Ναι, και μπορείτε να μάθετε τα πάντα για την ιστορία μας με τον πιο συναρπαστικό τρόπο.
Μπορώ να θαυμάσω εδώ το ναό στις πραγματικές του διαστάσεις?
Ναι, όπου και αν βρίσκεσαι.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Αυτό κάνουμε πραγματικότητα στην Κοσμοτέ. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να τη ζήσει όλος ο κόσμος. Γιατί η διάδοση του πολιτισμού δημιουργεί έναν κόσμο καλύτερο για όλους. Κοσμοτέ.
Αυτά λοιπόν είναι τα βασικά ωφέλη της πρωτεΐνης. Με συγχωρείτε.
Πάμε στο επόμενο.
Έλα, Βασίλη μου.
Τάσο, σε χρειάζομαι στα Everest.
Έρχομαι αμέσως.
Το απόλυτο Power Duo της γεύσης και της διατροφής ενώνει τις δυνάμεις του και δημιουργεί τα Power Meals. Απολαυστικές επιλογές υψηλής διατροφικής αξίας από τον Βασίλη Καλίδη και τον Αναστάσιο Παπαλαζάρου. Με την υπογραφή των ειδικών Everest Power Meals.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light too long. Shine, go ahead and shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling, go ahead and shine, my dear.
Χουδαλάκης είναι αυτός μάλλον.
Who is? Δημοσιογράφος του Real FM. Εντάξει, όπως είπανε.
Ο κύριος Ταχιάος να κάτσει εδώ δίπλα μου. Ακριβώς δίπλα η κυρία Λοΐζου. Ναι, είναι... όχι, έχει καταλάβει καλά ο Υπουργός. Πρόκειται... Ναι, για να τον βασανίσω τον έχουμε καλέσει. Εξάλλου, οι υποδομές είναι βασανιστικό πράγμα. Έτσι, όπως και οι επενδύσεις. Κυρία Ρίγα. Όπως και αν έχει, όταν θα βρούμε την κυρία Ρίγα να έρθει να κάτσει και αυτή δίπλα στον κύριο Στασινό. Λοιπόν, περνάμε στο κρίσιμο, θα λέγαμε.
We now go on to the crucial part of this conference, pertaining not just reports and plans, but the practical aspect, how we can become better through investments and infrastructure. We have the pleasure of having with us the Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Mr. Tachiaos, the Secretary General for Private Investments from the Ministry of Development, Mrs. Loizou, Mr. Stasinos, the Deputy Minister of Chambers, and Mrs. Riga, she will be coming soon, the General Commercial Director and Communication Strategy Director of the Thessalonica Organization for Transport. I had planned it differently, but a young student came and told me, are we going to do it, or will we do it the way they used to do it? To expect a big player coming and fixing it, a player who will take the infrastructure or the investment in his hands. Minister, you have the floor. I will be talking about public infrastructure. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Public infrastructure is built and funded by the state through various sources by specific players with specific mechanisms. These are not choices with national features. Maybe the model that you select is a national one. Maybe it's a decision with local features, but the European legislation regulates the environment for the construction of infrastructures. This is the first thing, the most important thing as regards the player who constructs, who builds the projects. Explain what you mean. Yes, but we have seen collaborations between the public and the private sector in very many sectors. I think that we have to be without guilt. The collaboration of the public and the private sector must be unimpeded, always transparent, but, you know, we must not live under this fear, oops. Very many people who are in the public, I have dealings with the private sector, oops, what will the people say? There is a suspicion. We have to do away with this rationale. I accept that the role of the private sector, the private wants to earn money. This is clear. This is the ground rules. We can discuss with them on an equal footing and find our way through. This is not something that is foreign in Greece. For instance, concessions. Concessions are a way to have a collaboration between the public and the private sector. And this does not end on the day the contract is signed. It has a constant dynamics. We see that in concessions of motorways, national motorways, which are excellent. This is why we have a very good network. We see it in the way we deal with concessionaires. You have seen recently that the increase in tolls, I mean, the ones that were announced a few days ago about next year, is 7.6%, compared to 12% that it should have been for last year, when the increase was put away in order not to feed inflation. So this is one side of the story. The other side, if you go to Attikiodos, we have a private entity there, a concession. The private entity is reconstructing the road because next year they will deliver it back to the public sector. So they have to deliver it in an excellent condition. And not just this, they replace all infrastructures that are more than 80 years old. So you mean that experience shows that things do well when we collaborate with the private investors. But the question must have a follow-up. Do we agree on what we want to do in tourism? Do we want to see big hotel units? Do we want to have smaller ones? Do we want to implement a model that will be more fitting to the infrastructures we have in order for them to be able to sustain it? Well, this is an issue of spatial planning.
I don't think I can answer this. Politically, this is not my area, although from a professional point of view it is. But what I can say is that the infrastructure we design can work both ways. For instance, on Crete, which is spearheads our tourism, we are planning the VOAK highway, which can both support the local needs and the tourist season requirements. So whatever the resorts or small hotels grow, it can be supported. I have recently visited Crete, and I was looking at the connection road between the Kastelli airport and VOAK, the highway. So my comment and my observation, which I related to the local mayor, is that we are building a very important critical highway of critical importance in an area of rare, outstanding beauty. So they have to take care of that because this is contributing to the development of tourism. People who will come down out of the airport will have the first impression of a beautiful area. So let's go to the different infrastructures. The VOAK highway in Crete can support the infrastructure, but what do we really want? Do we need resorts with thousands of beds? And I saw in the summer, where I was in Chania, in Kissamos area, there is an area that was purchased in view of an 800 beds resort. Is this the type of tourist development that we are looking for? Is this the right way? Shouldn't we, or maybe it would be better if we were to move into smaller units. So good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. It is my pleasure to be here as the Secretary General of Private Investment of the Ministry of Development. In answering your question, I'd say that the Ministry of Tourism is preparing a strategy concerning the future of tourism. But this also depends on the regional and local plans. And it is also affected by the spatial planning. We try to use all the facilities open to tourism in order to attract visitors. We believe that this is the way to achieve a good product. we lack a spatial planning for tourism. So through the big investments with the financial tools that are available to us, we will create what is necessary. Listen, I'm not talking about those who already buy the existing infrastructure, but the ones who aim at building a greenfield project. Will they heed our advice if we tell them don't do this, do that? Yes, yes, they will. And we are planning, in view of the future strategic investments, a certain sustainability criteria that will be compatible with the ESG objectives for sustainable development. So we set the rules and we impose them on everyone, even big investors, in order for the tourist product to be sustainable. Because visitors seek the green dimension and the Greek character of their accommodation. There is an interest in this area. Greece is attracting investments. Tourism is the sector where Greece was able to play a leading role, especially after the way that we managed the pandemic. We saw that we are at the forefront, even by the manner in which the country opened after the pandemic. The business-friendly environment, the simplification of different processes, the political and economic stability has helped us attract big players all over the country. And listen, a tourist product is not one type of product. We cannot achieve our objectives only with one type of investment, big or small. We want to provide public money, and also we need the private funds in order to achieve our objective. This is very interesting. Mr. Stasinas, who is the president of the Technical Chamber of Greece, people characterize tourism as the heavy industry of this country. All this infrastructure, does it translate into jobs for the technical professionals?
Yes, of course, clearly. It is an important part of the job, especially for areas that are not in the center, not in Athens. These are important jobs for engineers and technical personnel. I would even say that the following happens. The personnel is not enough in order to have all these investments. If you look for an engineer right now, you cannot find. I guess not just for tourism, for other purposes as well. And let me say that it is impressive to have demand and not being able to meet it. Yes. You know, in 2015, we are 120,000 engineers. If in 2015, if we asked ourselves whether we are too many or too few, we would say we are too many. Now we are too few. We are the first sector that appears when we have growth, and we are the first sector to be hit when we do not have growth. Mrs. Loizou said that there is interest by foreigners to invest in the country. Is there corresponding interest by foreign companies? Will there be competition among foreign companies? Are there foreign players in your market? It's not easy for them to enter, because in order to enter the country and have a structure, it costs money. So you need to have a large part of the market, large part of the job. Maybe, Mr. Tachiaos knows it, big players can enter only for big infrastructures. In a very big project, you mean? Yes. In very big projects, public infrastructure projects. In private projects, it's not to their interest, I guess. So the work is done by the engineers and technical personnel in the country. I will ask something which is not exactly related to investments in infrastructures, but the observations that, well, we all go on holidays, we all make observations, so, high prices putting aside. But one can observe a series of irregularities, things that are not compatible with the environment. Is there such pressure, to look for your own interest only and only in the short run without thinking that what you built might destroy what you already have? Of course there is and there will be. But it is not so easy to be able to do something illegal without being identified. Right now we have the building inspectors. An engineer goes there and checks the construction. Second, we will have a system that I believe it will be ready in about 18 months, 24 months, where you will be detected while you build the illegal building. There are technologies through drones, etc., to be found. The only thing that remains is the political will to bring down illegal buildings. I think it is doing slightly better. Recently, I was informed that a lot of illegal buildings are demolished in, beaches, etc., without a lot of noise. So people realize that they will be fined, and there is political will to have penalties or demolitions. So people understand that if you build illegally, you will have to face a huge risk. We are in an intermediate stage until we reach what I described. I believe that in the next 5 years, it will not be possible for someone to build illegally without being detected and without suffering sanctions. Okay, now let's move to Thessalonica, because there is a lot of discussion regarding the cruise to Thessaloniki. I guess that the Thessaloniki Port Authority is facing various issues as to how this thing can be translated into something that will be positive for the city. Isn't that so, Mrs. Riga? We have observed that wherever we have high demand, beyond the benefits, which are obvious, there are also some problems. I guess the answer there is investments and infrastructure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers. It is, again, excellent. We have not reached the point of the problem. We are waiting just 80 arrivals for 2024. Of course, compared to the arrivals we had just before the pandemic in 2019, which were 6, the increase is enormous. But Thessaloniki can support much more cruisers arriving. What is always needed for cruisers, beyond infrastructures, we need to have relationships of trust. And this is a golden opportunity for me, because I know that here we have Celestial Cruises, and I want to thank them publicly. It was the company that first invested in Thessaloniki. They supported us, they supported the destination, they believed in the destination, and I think that the destination itself embraced the company. And I still believe that it is an excellent collaboration, and we still go on like before with the first company that had home porting in Thessaloniki, which means that a passenger may embark or disembark in Thessaloniki, which means that they remain for a longer time in Thessaloniki to enjoy the destination. Of course, I have to admit that they themselves and other companies had a great need for infrastructures. In Thessaloniki, the quay we had to be able to support bigger ships, bigger vessels, which means deeper, greater depth, and various other technical features that help big vessels up to 330 meters to more. They are like big cities, yes. And this is happening in Thessaloniki. This year we completed works which ensure that the specific quay is the best all over the country. The investment is really big. It is not supported 100% with the work we have with the 80 arrivals that we are expecting in 2024. I say again, it is an important increase, but we can sustain much more, many more arrivals. But given this important development, we see that it is profitable for the organization, as you said. Yes, of course, we do not invest in something that is loss-making, but it is much more profit-making for the area at large and for northern Greece. The major bet is to reach a point where the passengers, the cruise passengers who come for a day, for 2 days, who come to meet Thessaloniki, to come there for a holiday stay. And this happens 6 out of 10 times. 60% of the passengers will come back for real holidays in a destination where they had a good time. Mrs. Riga, the vessel will moor. The quay was built, the port is deeper, it can hold bigger cruisers with 3,000 or 5,000 people. Once they disembark, do you have the remaining infrastructure? Do you have the transportation means? The reception of the city, the welcome of the city towards these people is the one that we should have. I understand that what you have done so far is positive. You said that we have reached from 6 cruisers to 80. And there is also potential for many more. Are we good at 80? What will happen at 160? Or do we have to have infrastructure, additional infrastructure for 160 or more?
Thessaloniki is a unique destination. Of course, everybody would say the same thing for their own destination, but this is a really unique one. I mean, everybody knows it. It is Mr. Tachiaos, no comment. He is from. It is an excellent destination anyway. So and upon disembarking, the passenger has reached their destination. Of course, many of them will not remain in Thessaloniki. They will visit Vergina and other sites. They will go to Chalkidiki, nearby resorts, etc. There's a wide variety of choices. But the fact that they can visit 15 UNESCO monuments at the very center and 30 museums was over and above the Celestial Cruises, which is a Greek company and is familiar with that. Please, the other foreign cruise companies were telling us, what is this destination? We didn't know about it. And many of the passengers come to us, or rather go to the cruise companies. We are so thankful for you to have discovered this destination. Let's go to to see a video with Elena Koundoura, who is a former Minister of Tourism, and she is now a member of the European Parliament. She sent this message because she wanted to participate in the conference, and we are very thankful for that. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the sound of the video, and therefore we cannot. There we are. I would like to thank Mr. Nikos Hatzinikolaou and his associates for consistently promoting all the issues related to the Greek tourism, the accelerator of our growth, and which contributes to the well-being of a Greek society. To even go higher than the 2019 achievement. We have record arrivals, 32 million in 2019, more than 18 billion direct tourism, and tourism has contributed with more than 40 billion to our economy because it promotes restoration, primary production, food and beverage, construction, and of course all the revenue from visits to our cultural areas. More than 400 tourist plans, and we have been able to implement 130. Some of them are still being promoted and open today. During my period, my tenure at the Ministry of Tourism, Greece has become one of the strongest and most popular tourist destinations in Europe, and that is why we were resilient even after the pandemic. 90% of tourism relies also on the SMEs. Their real income is now lower. They have issues with liquidity due to the consecutive crisis. They have accumulated different problems, but they have been excluded from the solutions. They are my priority, and I fight as a coordinator of my political group in the European Parliament in order to promote and deal with the needs of the SMEs. We want to make the Greek tourist product competitive, and for this reason we need to really support the SMEs and the working and the staff of this sector. We want to achieve the green and digital transition in this sector because other member states are proceeding at great speed. I'm very proud of the strategy that we have implemented until 2019 and which were included in a resolution of the European Parliament is the main trunk of the European tourism policy, which will be implemented until 2030. So it is very important for our destinations to be sustainable and resilient. We need modern systems of energy supply, green accessibility, green transport, waste management, and resilience vis-à-vis the climate change and the different weather and natural disasters such as the flooding and fires. Some things are still need to be promoted in order to achieve the best possible growth for our tourism. From the European Parliament, I promote tourism for further growth, social development, social cohesion, and prosperity. On this note, I would like to wish success to your work.
Well, that was from Mrs. Kountoura, and it is true that the yard is quite high if we take into account 2019. But the thing is what we plan to do in the near future. So, Minister, the ball is in your court. Well, we have to link this to tourism, and it is linked with tourism. What I mean is that there is a habit to talk about an expansionary policy, what is the next step, etc., etc. The truth is that as a state, we have already embarked upon things. There are very many projects that are underway and many projects that will get started. When the non-executed work of the Greek construction companies at 17 million euros, 17 billion euros. These are projects that have to be implemented quite soon, and this is difficult. But the thing is that reality brings us back to the ground. We have to look somehow backwards. When we undertook this ministry with Christos Staikouras, the first discussion we had was to see the maintenance of public works. And this is very important. While VOAK will be constructed, is it not important for a Greek citizen and for tourists to travel with safety in the old motorway? Yes, of course it is. But reality brought us back to earth. The most characteristic example was called Daniel, and then Elias, the floods in Thessaly, in Pelion. Pelion is a very important tourism destination, and in the coming years it has to become even more important. It has an outstanding beauty environment. It must be safeguarded. Today, our first concern, and this is the effort of the region of Thessaly and ours, to convince that even now in Christmas, but in the coming time, that Pelion is a tourism destination that can be visited, that the wear of the infrastructure does not make it prohibitive to have access to Pelion or to enjoy Pelion. The second step is that we have to start investments in Pelion that will make it completely safe and functional, but which will at the same time respect this wonderful environment that we experience when we go to Pelion. So what I mean is that for infrastructure, the message is that we do what we have promised, we do what we can, and then we examine maintenance and restorations where nature has shown that humans, when they go against it, against nature, they are beaten, and it cannot happen otherwise. Allow me, Minister, to say that it is widely accepted, and I think the Prime Minister said it too, that despite the natural disasters, a new Greece is being born. This new Greece is being born under different climate characteristics and conditions. What we used to say in the past that it is unseen, we have come to the risk of having them every year. And the infrastructures we have related to tourism, for instance, Mount Pelion is a gift from God. How can you preserve it under the new climate conditions if you do not intervene in a very dynamic way so as not to have floods, landslides, and not have what we have experienced in Thessaly, in Evros, and in other areas, such as northern Evia? Yes, you need to do that very, very carefully. I have the picture of Evia and Pelion and Thessaly during the disasters, and this has to be done very, very cautiously. This is why you are not listening to the government coming and announcing big, huge projects, etc., because it is not for sure that they will yield results. For instance, in Thessaly, it is not for sure that the big dams will save the region, and it is not for sure that these will be the best solution for the environment. Imagine that we have also Mouzaki, which is a tourist municipality. We have the Plastira Lake, important hotel units. Efforts are underway. These are areas where interventions will be made. But, you know, we cannot plan because nature decided to show its wrath. We cannot support it economically. We cannot alter the feature, the character of Pelion. We have to have small projects done with care. For instance, if you walk on Pelion, you will see that the stonework, the ones constructed by the army very, very way back in the past, are still sustained, whereas the modern ones have collapsed. The old technicians were more related, more connected to nature and to the threats. Today, we make these projects, we construct them based on the assumption that these phenomena are repeated every 50 years, not more. The restoration projects for Ianos, they withheld the risk. So we built these projects in this way. But what we need to improve is the resilience of local communities. And there we need interventions pertaining to the private sector as well. I believe that the private sector must contribute to the resilience of its own infrastructures. They must not be constructed as if they were not threatened by time and by weather. For instance, nothing has to be left to chance. Mrs. Loizou, the minister, said something that could help us move on. You remember Mykonos last summer when the infrastructures did not hold. Mykonos, diamonds, emeralds, the crown jewel for Greek tourism. Mykonos was built for different times for other people, and so we were ridiculed. If someone came to make the investment that Mr. Techaus talked about, a big investment, should they not look outside the door? Should their own investment finish at the gate and then, Minister, it's your affair? Should it not be done in a synergistic way with an overall planning? You are talking to someone who comes from Mykonos.
I am from Mykonos, and yes, as a journalist, I heard you, and that's why I'm asking you this. Listen, we need an integrated plan and a coherent plan. The private sector is also responsible for designing infrastructures as well. In the case of big investment projects, we always try to control their adaptability and their bearing ability. There are certain rulings by the Council of State which points this out. We have already identified how a destination will be designed in a strategic manner. What does that mean? Let's say somebody says, I want to do this, and you tell him what? Listen, it works as follows. During the technical assessment, we also look at accessibility or possible additional requirements for extra infrastructure. This is the advantage of a strategic investment, because all of these factors are taken into account during the design and planning phase. These things cannot be demanded from smaller investments. But let me not be misunderstood. We're not only looking at big projects. We cannot imagine only big investments in picturesque areas, in small islands. The added value of a big investment is exactly the fact that we can foresee the necessary infrastructure and that they can contribute to that. Tourism is a priority, and we do finance and try to attract foreign investments. This does not necessarily mean that we do not need more investments in tourism. No, this is something that helps the country. I have the pleasure to inform you that more than 4.5 billion projects have been included in this strategic, and more than 16 billion investments in tourist accommodation. I have touched upon a sensitive issue. In Mykonos, for example, how can the infrastructure change? We're talking about a place with very special architectural characteristics. you are afraid to even touch it. You can't improve it. You will, if you touch it, you will certainly damage it. So how can we change things there? This is a premium level tourism. Listen, the local and regional authorities need to collaborate with the government in order to proceed with real planning. Both the private and the state funds are available for this, and it's not only Mykonos, also Santorini and other places. Even Paros, that is gradually becoming saturated, along with other places. So if we do not move away from the whole process, Mykonos is going to be the new Ibiza. But what we need to do in order for Mykonos to continue to grow and not to decline, and will continue to provide its good services, is that we need a plan. And in Greece, we were always thought of the automation of everything, but now we realize that planning is necessary. I think that it's a good thing that there was a focus on what is happening on Mykonos this year, because growth cannot be uncontrolled. One or two things that you said, I noted down in order to ask yours. I had a recent discussion with Professor Zerefos and Professor Lekas. They both said that we plan in Greece now. In Greece, we plan now, and we implement in 20 years. So when a project was designed in 1980, and it was implemented in 2000, and then in 2020 the conditions have changed. How can you deal with that? Because something happens now and it may happen again in 50 years. How am I going to proceed on the basis of what has happened at the level of what I've seen, or of what I will see in 10 years?
Well, I say this in every conference. The challenge in our times is time, the factor of time. We never do it right. You said it. You said there is a plan and it is being implemented, then it is constructed or implemented in 20 years. But part of what you are asking was answered by Mr. Techaus. Right now, we need not pharaonic works, not huge projects, but small projects that will be built fast. How the state will manage to do it, it's a big challenge. No government has succeeded in that. We, as technical chamber, we try to show the way, and we have managed to do a lot of things thanks to RRF, and so we are doing them much faster, and we can help the state or the ministries. But the red tape that is being created every day, and I said it yesterday, is huge. For instance, we have red tape, bureaucracy A for NSRF. Now we had the RRF, and for the RRF we have more red tape than we had in the NSRF, the PA. Always trying to not have corruption, etc., to avoid the various risks. We built up independent authorities ad infinitum. You have to go through 15 times. To give you an example, the approvals that are needed in the tendering process until you sign are more than what you need to implement the project. So we have an NSRF, we will start the planning, and in reality you will just have 1 or 2 years out of the 7 or 8 to implement the projects. So this is related with important reforms and changes that need to be made. For instance, we say that we will reduce bureaucracy through digitalization. First of all, we have to reform bureaucracy and then digitize. Our opponent is time, and no government has done enough for that, not even the present one. It requires a gigantic reform to reduce time. Of course, quite soon, we have the European legislation, which is our opponent. This is part of our bureaucracy as well. From what I understand, you are not in favor of the big projects. Very many small, important projects, yes. What Mr. Tachiaou said, this is the plan. We must have small projects, important interventions. To say it simply, the water will find a way, whatever the impediments. So it's better to have small projects in order to guide it to the right direction. This might seem like a simplistic question or a simplifying one. Will small projects be able to handle big phenomena? Yes, if they are properly designed and implemented. Even, Daniel, if we had smaller projects, let me say something important that no one says in Greece. I will say it, even if I have against me some people. Right now, the decisions of the Council of State have created a problem and people were drowned. So small dams that should have been done upstream were not done due to annulment rulings of the Council of State, and people were drowned. But is anyone saying this, that it is the Council of State which is responsible for the drowning of these people? We keep that. So far, there is no report pertaining to Greece, development and economy, and not mentioning the delay of justice decisions. I have been reading this for many, many years. A main inhibitive factor for investing money, for doing anything in Greece, even for someone to have a career in Greece, is the justice system. Mr. Tachiaou will have the concluding word, but just before that, because I have only 2 questions, Minister, I will ask Mrs. Riga and say, everyone talked about the climate crisis, the parameter of climate crisis. We say Chalkidiki is unique, but we have seen some small hurricanes there, some wind whirls. I'm asking, this picture, this message that goes from our country, has affected the existing tourism? Or do you see people coming who are concerned because Greece is not so much the summertime country?
I cannot say that I've noticed anything like that, especially as regards cruises. Most passengers come from the US, from many other countries as well. So they're used to it. Yes, yes, they are used to it. But also, I don't think that this is a purely Greek phenomenon. It's a global phenomenon. All these extraordinary meteorological phenomena happen all over the place, and people understand it. It is not that. What they come to Greece because of the hospitality that they're offered. When I see them walking along the coast of Thessaloniki, and they are pointing towards the Mount Olympus, and they see it actually there. This is something unique as an experience. Would you like something something additional to see in Thessaloniki? And I'm not asking talking about the metro system, which has become a very long story. Well, I would like the world to understand that Thessaloniki is a 365 days destination. For the first time this year, we are going to have cruise ships stay overnight. 7 different times in February and March, 3,200 people. I think that this will be a unique experience for them, which they will want to see repeated. So you want to tell us that Thessaloniki can be visited 365 days a year? Yes. This is true. It is such a city, and people who have seen it understand it and they return. Mr. Tachiaos, many the inhabitants of Thessaloniki are not aware of the fact that this is a city to be visited 365 days a year. Just a question regarding the infrastructure projects that also involve the local authorities. How are things moving? Because we saw during the recent disasters that there was some friction between the central government and the regional and local authorities. Where do we stand there, especially as regards the improvement of the tourist product? How are things going in this respect? We should all understand that in politics, people are important. I look across from me the regional governor of Central Greece. I just first met him today. He's a fantastic guy. And he's a technocrat, and as long as we discussed, we managed to agree, and we will find a solution. In my view, this is important. I believe that the manner in which people collaborate is important. Some people think that one side should prevail. No, this is not true. Very often the situation is requires much more than that from us. In the case of Thessaly, whatever projects were there, the area would have flooded. Whether we would have protected the 3 villages that mainly suffered or some other area, this is an issue to be debated. If we had some dams that would protect the area from the water, the area would have been flooded anyway. Phenomena are going to happen, meteorological phenomena. From the point of view of funds, we cannot provide for the continuous upgrading of the projects. So, let me ask you the follow-up question. We need money. Is Europe assisting? Greece and Slovenia suffered. Are there adequate funds? No. Europe is very short-sighted. It's not only bureaucratic, as we heard earlier, it is also short-sighted. We have the Solidarity Fund, which was set up apparently for this reason. When we suffer a disaster of 3.3 billion in the case of Thessaly, it is not possible to provide this with 4 or 5 billion total funds, because Slovenia suffered 9 billion damages. So Europe is not ready to respond for this case. Although in Germany we had 286 and 46 deaths with much less rainfall than in Greece, and the damages were of the order of 9 billion. So we see that our partners in Europe are short-sighted. And number 2, the RRF is not a long-term institution. The funds will have to be, will stop in 2025. So the resources that the Prime Minister managed to secure from that will be limited. So all this shows that Europe has not really understood what is climate crisis. So thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much to all the panelists. You are very much to the point, and I must congratulate you because we have also kept the time. So I would now like to give the floor to the Director General of Enikos.gr radio station to present the next panel entitled Travel Economy, New Technologies and Innovation in Tourism. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, welcome. So let's get started with our panel. Let's see where our guests are. Mr. Rodopoulos, please. Mr. Fleuris. Mr. Spanos. Governor, I do not see you. The minister will also arrive. Do not worry.
Ελάτε κύριε Γενικέ, στη δεύτερη θέση. Στη δεύτερη θέση από εκεί. Εδώ φάρνει. Λοιπόν.
Okay. The Minister, Mr. Adanis Georgiadis, will be with us in a short second. Mr. Rodopoulos, we can have you closer. Mr. Adanis Georgiadis will be arriving shortly. Okay. Mr. Konstantinos Rodopoulos, President of the Metropolitico Group and Vice President of the European Union for Training, and would like to thank all the ACME students who are with us today. We thank them for their presence. A warm applause. Mr. Demosthenis Anagностopoulos, Secretary General of IT Systems and Digital Governance, is next to him. Then Mr. Miron Fleuris, General Secretary General for Tourism Policy and Development, and Mr. Fanis Panos, Regional Governor for Sterea Ελλάδα. Congratulations for your re-election. You will go on for the next 5 years. So let's embark upon our discussion, because we're talking about innovation in tourism and new technologies. I will not start with the order you are seating, because we will go to training at the end. But I will not start with tourism development. I will start with digital means. Mr. Rodopoulos, where do we stand compared to digital technologies and technology that is required by the tourists who visit our country? I mean that things change constantly. Tourists become more demanding. So, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Apart from Secretary General, I am a professor, so I will try to explain how I see it. There are two ways to approach tourism issues as regards digital technologies. Before a tourist's visit to our country, either a Greek or a foreign tourist, and how one is served when the visit takes place. So the first part is related to the promotion of the country, the promotion of the tourism product, the attractiveness, and the promotion of cultural heritage and monuments that we have in our country, which, in order to be seen, one is required to have a more tangible feeling. So AI plays a role, and this is why the digital transformation project of the National Tourism Organization has also an AI dimension. This is very important. We see that not just in the context of a public sector initiative, because this is a project in the RRF and it can yield very good results, very good products as regards what the country needs to promote its tourism product. There are also, beyond that, some other initiatives, how Acropolis can be visited, the Olympia Museum also, the Benaki Museum, and other museums in the municipality of Athens. There are other areas where, with the contribution of private companies and entities, aim at promoting our cultural heritage. And this is very important because it shows that there is care, sensitivity, and mainly that our country has a wealth about which we can be, of course, proud, but which we need to promote. Models with virtual reality as to how you can see. So, this is the before part. The after part is once someone arrives in the area and what happens afterwards. At this point, let me tell you something which is a bit more technical, but which is very, very important for the citizens. When you go to an area, a location, you want to be able to be served as regards the services in the simplest possible way, which means mobile phone. What have we done as a government and as a ministry and in collaboration with European authorities? We have a mobile phone where one can enter your identity in the wallet, the driving license, and the possibility to have a credit card through which one can make transactions. The result is that with a mobile phone, even on the beach, you can show your identity, you can drive a car, and you can pay whatever you need beyond the other benefits, just by using a mobile. We did that and we were pioneers, but this is not the only thing. The next 3 years until 2026, we are talking about the European wallet, which means what? It means that we will have the possibility to move in the EU and anywhere else where you can move. You could go to any airport in Europe and without knowing the password to log in public services of the public sector, that is to rent a car or to rent a scooter or to rent a bike, and have access in a single way to services and be able to move around in Europe. This is enormously important. You don't have to be online all the time. You can store some documents here in the form of data that you can use in an encrypted mode, so that 14% who right now have cross-border transactions, access to internet, etc., in a single way, a different way in one country, different in the other, but in a single way, we can provide this as a product to a tourist who comes to this country and who want to move from their country to Greece only by means of their mobile phone, to be identified, to show that they can drive a car or a scooter or whatever, to be able to pay any account, and to have access to any public or private service, from a hospital to rent something or to visit a bank. This is as the beginning, and we contribute as a country, as we did with the certificate of vaccination. We were the pioneers, and this was the avant-garde of the European wallet. I think this is a good passing of the relay to you, Mr. Floris, because tourism development is, and I want to ask you, what do you do always regarding this digital aspect, this digital part? Mr. Anagностopoulos took the words from my mouth, my favorite ones, but I will tell you some more pertaining to my subject, that is policy and strategy. That is all that we do is very nice for citizens and for travelers. But you as a ministry, how do you use the new technologies? So let me tell you, we have a magical word here, the Recovery Fund. We have here projects which are a platformication of tourism. That is, whatever project we do, either for alternative tourism or DMMOs, we have a platform. This platform can be collected information or whatever. It is also a way to collect information. We have now 6 or 7 platforms where we can inform about alternative tourism, we can inform about the National Tourism Organization, but we will also get information, and we will be able to enter this information in boxes and have new technologies such as AI and draw conclusions about tourism. To give you an example, technology gives us the possibility in some target destinations with AI to know what is the view that tourists have for us. This is very important because you can target products. So this is one part. We have this platformication. The second part that we have in our policy is data. And this data will be used in a way so as to be useful. I will give you two flagship projects. The first is the Observatory of Sustainable Tourism, where through the project of destinations management, we can collect data bottom up in order to know what is happening in Greece all the time regarding the carrying capacity, regarding ecology, sustainability, etc., and to know what is happening in Greece. Another project, another flagship project that I am going to present in COP28 is a project that we have got from the World Tourism Organization, and everyone is looking at us, is the Observatory on Coastal Tourism. It pertains to the Mediterranean, but this is a project that is at the focus of everyone's attention. And the policy there, how we will develop the destinations and the carrying capacity of the destinations, does not take place just by looking. It takes place with figures, benchmarking, KPIs, etc. In concluding, let me say the following. Those who have worked on technology and innovation, these are not panacea. They solve problems. A major problem that is solved by technology is governance. Imagine that when we have the policies, we do them top-down. With this initiative, which has become a law of the state for the DMMOs, we can get data and provide value and authority, as it were, to the regions, the municipalities. This is a very important governance element. And finally, regarding the implementation of technology, Greece has an important number of startups, an ecosystem that can support all this.
Thank you. Regional Governor, is Central Greece accessible digitally? Yes, this is a good question. Is Central Greece accessible? Thank you. Our region when I started already in 2015, had reached rock bottom as far as tourism was concerned. So it could only move upwards. And the elements of this tourist development and tourist infrastructure was also a digital included a digital footprint. all these years we tried to roll out, as the state or each region and each city does, we rolled out its advantages, to promote them, to make them known, to tell them to the world and attract visitors. We also attempted to use digital technology indirectly or even directly. So I need to point out the most striking example. The development at Karpenisi, the Museum of Karpenisi, which is fully digitalized with artificial reality images. You think, you feel that you are experiencing all the different historical events. And at the other extreme, we developed a digital diary of cultural and sports events that anyone can access in order to see what's happening in May in the area of Thebes, for instance. Or when can I go wine tasting in Evia? And I heard this earlier from the Secretaries General. The idea was not to promote technology simply for the sake of technology, but we wanted to help technology to help us achieve our objective. And in all these cases, one has to be optimistic, and we believe that the future will give us, technology will give us much more in the future. Mr. Rodopoulos, I'll ask you to take the floor because we talk about new technologies and all of that. You work in the field of training and education for tourism. You manage people. How do we stand there? What's the level of our human resources? Have the human resources of this country advanced as regards tourism and technology? Listen, everything has changed. Let me note a change that I noted today. For the first time at a conference of any type of conference, you are inviting somebody who has been working in the field of training and education for the past 40 years. And for the past 3 years, I am participating in the European reality since I am Vice President of the European Union of Training. Important steps have been taken. But even now, I'd like to point out that in Greece, we are still burdened by the wish to have a university degree. While Europe has been using only 30 to 35% university studies, and 70% are proceeding to technical studies, vocational training, etc. All the ministers in the post-war era were looking at how many will enter the universities. And there were people who would have access to higher education establishment with barely 1 or 2 with a mark of 2 out of 20. So how could these people ever graduate? there was somebody who managed to be accepted by the School of Mathematics of the University of the Aegean with a mark 2. This is not very flattering for this country. Today, according to the Statistical Service, in 2020 we have 266,000 active students and 268,000 eternal students. So we as a society, we have tolerating this fact. So 50% of the student population only 50% are the real students. Now, let's now turn to training. I'm very happy to see that people who receive training at Academy are here because they can benefit from many things. Training has has advanced a lot in recent years, but still, we cannot have institutes of training with every ministry. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Shipping is an exemption because of the captains and engineers that are sort of a special profession. Any minister can design a plan for the ministry to provide training. Well, a good thing in this case is that at least continuous training, 2 plus 2, 2 plus 1 or 2 plus 2. Acme, for instance, provides 2 years of training. The continuous training, the plus years, is subsidized by the European Union that allows for reskilling and upskilling so that they can better access the labor market and also not lose their job. Last year, according to our data, Greece had 60,000 vacancies. I asked my European colleagues to see what they would do in case a need was apparent in a sector. And the reply was that if there is some need in a sector, the competent ministry calls the social partner and tells them that this is the number of people that need to be trained in order to fill those vacancies. This has finally happened in Greece, and this is a turning point because the end product, which in this case is intangible education, we have the involvement of social partners.
Mr. Anastopoulos, and this is also addressed to Mr. Fleuris. Where do we stand, since Mr. Rodopoulos raised the subject, where do we stand, at which level, as regards technological development and digital technologies compared to the other European countries, always in the field of tourism, so as to have a picture, or to put it differently, not in a comparative scale, do we adopt good practices, or are we pioneers compared to the others? What is our relationship with the others? Well, first of all, let me make a remark as regards universities. The government has already taken measures regarding eternal students and those who enter with a very low grading. We have established the common basis, and steps have been made in the right direction, and of course these must be done in the context of common sense. I guess Mr. Adopoulos refers to a problem that has been persistent for many years. Yes, of course, but we need to mention progress that has been achieved. The second thing, and we all agree on that, is higher education is not connected to training. Reskilling or upskilling has nothing to do whether someone has a PhD or has entered with 2 base points. It has to do with whether someone must be adjusted to the needs of a labor market. And this can be done either through his own effort or in the form of corporate collaborations and structures. There are such programs offered, not just for someone to go and learn, but even more than that, in order to acquire soft skills, as we say, skills such as negotiations, etc. So this is something that we should all look forward to. And if I'm not mistaken, the cycle of training and education beyond the static forms of education, the turnover is even bigger in the sector of health. Another important part is certification, because when we're talking about cloud technologies, one should have the possibility to have a certification, so as to know that he does it in the proper way. Now, regarding Greece and Europe, we are facing the same problems. According to the Europe 2030, there are 20 million jobs, vacancies in Europe for people with digital skills. Although we consider that we are doing quite well in ICT skills and STEM skills, although we are 6th as regarding the OSA grading, there are various gaps and deficits. We have projects in the RRF where the IT companies want to implement them, but they don't find people to implement them. And this is extremely important to say. We have to turn people who are now students to go towards the right directions, which are very close to what the labor market seeks. I think this has been achieved to a certain extent by the government, but we need to be even more successful. Yes, but I will insist on that. Allow me to dwell on that. Digital access, and also this is why I wanted to do this comparison. I mean, apart from Do You Like Greece, have we gone towards the tourism of 2023, where Europe is at a very high level? This is why I'm asking whether we are digitally ready to accept tourists who are demanding having models of Europe in hand. Yes, you can get started with that, and then, well, as regards digital literacy, we're quite well, and the use of technologies to promote the Greek tourist product. We have taken gigantic leaps. Yes, the access to Wi-Fi is not related to Mr. Floris. Yes, yes, you're right. Secretary General, last year we were discussing about digital nomads. There is no microphone. According to all surveys, we have the most expensive and slowest internet in Europe, especially beyond 30 megabps. From 12 megabps to 30 megabps, it's okay. But then we have very expensive internet and very slow internet. This is a structural weakness. It is not just for tourists, it is also for businesses for everyone. So can we do something for that, or is it a matter of providers? It is a matter of providers, but you are right in asking this question. And this is why the country, in some indicators, such as DAISY, has not got the increase as in other sectors of DAISY. There are actions such as Wi-Fi for all, super-fast broadband, actions pertaining to digital skills that change this landscape dramatically. But these actions are infrastructure actions, and these infrastructure actions, such as motorways, take time. These projects started, and there are very many. There is a huge budget for these actions. They are funded already in order to yield such results, and quite soon. But time has to go by in order to yield results and have them on the table. As roads need construction, they require time. When you have better infrastructure, you have a better price. And of course, the role of the providers is important, and the regulatory authorities. The best infrastructures will yield the best prices and the best product for the citizens and for digital nomads. But unfortunately, time elapsed. Some things were done faster. Some things require more time, but they will be done. Okay, Mr. Floris, the same question compared to Europe, where we stand, which phase?
I will give you the pros and the cons. We are more or less at the EU average as concerns digital innovation. Digital innovation is different from the innovation, which I will discuss later, because this also covers the responsibilities of for skilling, etc. So different countries proceed in different ways. We are now cooperating with Austria, where there are some best practices, and we exchange know-how and best practices. Number two, as soon as the recovery fund programs will be completed, where we have the digital transformation, our own ministry will undergo digital transformation, because we're not a ministry, we're also a businessman. We're a business entity with all the platforms with which we will be in direct contact, both those who are involved in tourism and the stakeholders, as well as with the final consumer, that is tourism. Things are doing very well, but my concern is different. But before I tell you about my concern, there's another part that requires technology and provides innovation. Startups and spin-offs. We have made giant steps in the right direction there. I have participated there since many years, but there's still much to be done. We are lagging behind. Yes, it's a matter of attitude. I have, let's say I'm responsible for the licensing of marinas. I realized that some of the marinas or marina owners have welcome, Minister, welcome. Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, Minister of Labor and Social Security. So, in those cases, people use foreign softwares. So much needs to be done. Now, the differentiation between digital innovation and innovation. We need smart entrepreneurs. The Greek tourist product has been discovered only by 30%. 70% of the experience lies undiscovered. So we need people who will understand the digital technology that will be very helpful to them in order to promote their product, to create a good narrative for their product, in order to create a high-end product. We have come to the end of this first part, passing from Governor Spanos and moving on to the minister, Mr. Georgiadis. Yes, you will tell us about Central Greece, but maybe you have some statistical data that could be helpful in order to understand what tourism means in each area. Good afternoon, Minister. In Central Greece is not, it's just an emerging tourist economy. Its main pillars to date are agricultural production, animal production, industry, and some other services. Which means, as I said previously, this opens a highway to us. In the past 6 years, Central Greece is consistently one of the 2 or 3 high flyers in the increase of revenue and overnight. So we have a 5-pronged plan: promotion, of course, investment tools, that is NSCR and NSRF, the leader. With the minister's assistance, we were able to double the amounts that our region received. The development of activities and infrastructure projects which have different objectives, one of which is tourism. And of course, I can give you a very obvious example: a tourist shelter or a fisheries shelter. This is among the things that tourists will consider before visiting. Training, education, with strong players from the private sector, Acme being one of them. It is necessary. Of course, the stakeholders of tourism require trained professionals and, of course, the promotion of synergies. We have the Oedipus project, because of Thebes, of course, whereby central government, region, chambers, and the archaeological areas collaborate in order to promote infrastructure. We have an MOU and a quality agreement regarding restoration, retail sales, etc. We have set a number of minimum standards which provide quality services, and also the promotion of ancient monuments such as theaters. So we see a holistic tourist product which is based on archaeology. We have Thermopylae and Delphi, classic type tourism, sea and sun, ski resorts, etc. Good afternoon, Minister.
Economy, tourism. First question. We have recently received the data for unemployment, which has reduced. What is the contribution of tourism in reducing unemployment in our country? Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Apologies for the delay, but tomorrow I will submit a law in the Parliament, a bill of law in the Parliament. So you understand right away, because you see how much employment increases during tourism months. 9.6 will increase to 10 since the tourist period is over. Tourism is practically 20% of the country, so proportionately it affects the jobs. Now, our objective, the government's objective, the objective I served as Minister of Economy, and I would like to thank the regional governor for his kind words, and I commend him on his re-election, is to change a bit the model of tourism. This is the challenge for the country, the bet. This along two directions. One, to attract tourists of a higher income, the average spending to increase. It has increased considerably from the first year 2019 to 2023. It has increased by almost 50%, but we are still low. Greece can do far better than this. And the second direction is to increase the length of stay, or rather the prolongation of tourist period. This has increased, but it has not reached what we want, 100%. There is clear improvement, and in Athens it is 12 months. Okay, shall I interrupt you to have a discussion? Have you seen that in the reduction of unemployment? At what level? Because you rightly say that when we have tourism, unemployment is being reduced. Do we have people remaining less months unemployed? In order for you to understand this, in the Bill of Law that we will submit tomorrow, we have an article where we allow to those who are beneficiaries of the allowance to work up to 12 days per month without losing their allowance. Why? Because the pressure in the labor market to find employees who have these skills during winter months is so high that either they do not find them or they find completely unskilled employees, unskilled workers, or they find them and they give grey money. So, acknowledging this pressure, we have this article to give a way out, which is a legal one, and not having someone who says that I will not declare him because I will lose the allowance. And so we would not have passed this article if we didn't know that the market needs them. Now, at the level of training of people who are working in tourism, are there any steps made by your side? We talked with Mr. Rodopoulos because you belong to the part where you are handling the people who are handling tourists. You are managing people who are managing tourists. Where do we stand? What do we do compared to other European countries as regards training and educating employees? Well, let me first say that it was a surprise to me as well that the sector of tourism has made requests for calling people from abroad, inviting people from abroad. I expected this in the agricultural field, from the construction sector, in industry, but tourism, I was deeply impressed that we cannot find people here. And we lack 60,000 jobs. We have 60,000 vacancies. Now, with the SETA Institute, we have drawn up a major program with the RRF to train people working in tourism in green and digital skills. These are the things that are paid by the RRF. And we are planning in the new PA, the partnership agreement, always in collaboration with the social partners, training adjusted to what they need. There is no doubt that our first concern is not to call workers from abroad. I am not against it, of course, but I believe that inviting people from abroad to call them is an efficient solution, but it is expensive because you bring people from abroad, you solve the problem in the short run, but the lack of pressure in the labor market ceases to push the salaries upwards. And when these employees leave and go back to the countries, again, they are missing. Not to mention the social security rights that they establish. And I'm talking about legal calling of the people. Yes, we have on the radio people talking about these invitations. Maybe it's not just training, it is also the conditions. And I'm saying this because we have this vicious circle, who is responsible and who is not. I remember that when you were elected, we had a picture about bad conditions in the labor market, and it was your first reaction there. We end up in calling people from abroad because we don't have training or because we have a bad part in tourism. Well, undoubtedly, these are not the ideal conditions. We have to be honest, especially in areas that have a lot of tourists. In Mykonos, for instance, to find proper accommodation for the employees, it's not easy. You cannot find them. Especially now with the Airbnb, even people who had a house or an apartment not in a touristic part of the island, they will earn more by making it an Airbnb than to let it to workers. So we have an objective lack of infrastructures. The big corporations, big businesses, they build their own. Last year, as Minister of Development, I saw in Costa Navarino the buildings where the people who work in Costa Navarino live. But that was something that was already provided for by the company, by the business. In Greece, there are many hotels who made no provision. They thought that they would get the locals. So, to a certain extent, what you say is true. However, I repeat that in the organized legal migration, which comes from big corporations ensure the accommodation within the premises. Mr. Rodopoulos, you wanted to say something? Yes, two things. As you have seen, we are along the same lines with the minister. That is, training wherever it was needed to have training for employees or for unemployed. We and the European Union for training propose that the money is given to the social partners, and this is what the minister said a while ago. The second is that we, as ACME, we had a pilot project this year with a huge hotel chain in Greece, which has also units in southern European countries. What you asked before about the conditions, the participation was excellent, not just because that people went there. It was like a scholarship. The first thing that counted was the conditions that they had to live in. Young people who would be trained here would have their practice and then would continue working. So both things are important, the training and the accommodation. Yes, it's important. Mr. Anagностopoulos, I do not know whether you want to comment on something that was said, but I want to ask you the contribution of the digital transformation in the economy of tourism. How is digital transition, related to the economy of tourism? Well, as regards training, there are huge training programs that are funded by the RRF and the PA in order to grant skills, not just for tourism per se, but for actions having to do with digital skills, and which will be useful in the long run for the promotion of Greek tourism. But as regards the promotion of digital transformation of the state and the assistance it provides to promoting tourism, I would say that the more advanced a country is, the more services it provides to its citizens and to the visitors in a unified way, in order not to put people under ordeal to be served in a hospital or wherever, the more the framework of support of services rendered is unified. And with what we said before, we will have this wallet which will give the opportunity to be able to move across Europe with this wallet. You will not have to have a different way of access if you are in Italy or in Greece. Well, regarding the economy, would you like to comment something, Mr. Floris? And then I will go back to the minister. Just for technology, right now, humanity, environment-wise and sustainability-wise, is facing a huge problem. We had a shock during summertime with what we saw in Thessaly, in roads, etc. So technology right now and the policy making that we are having as a ministry depends on digital technologies, what I told you about data. So technology is not just, as we said, I mean, to serve the tourist, the businessman who will come into contact with the state. We cannot solve important problems globally and in tourism, which is a human-centered branch, sector, without the contribution of technology. So we are targeting this. And we combine sustainability with technology. These two go together. Okay, I come back to you, Minister. As Minister of Labour, you always get a question about your previous term, the Ministry of Development. Do not ask about high prices. No, I will not. Did we have tourist investments, and did these tourist investments absorb personnel? Well, I was blessed as a minister. In the years 2021 and 22 were the 2 years with the highest record of FDAs in Greece. According to Ernst & Young, in 2022, just 22, Greece had in foreign direct investments the 25% of investments of the last 25 years. So, this is telling. Clearly, we had also investments in the tourism sector. We had and we still do. I could distinguish W in Mandarin in Costa Navarino. What I look into in tourism investments to have another big hotel, this is of course welcome, but I always was interested in encouraging big chains because they bring along their customers. And we want, yes, but you want to increase the average spending, yes, but without a business you cannot have employee finding job. The one and only in Glyfada is an investment that came during my term, or in Crete when we inaugurated the big project in Alunda by Mr. Vitalis. Very many. We had a lot of investments, and we had also renovations of hotels, etc. You have seen that. I mean, the landscape is completely different in Athens, and this goes on. And we have also the beginning of the big project in Hilton, which is a huge investment in tourism. So we did have. And overall, the Hellinikon project. Apart from the urban part, there is also a tourism part. The ones that are already operational, because for an investment of this size to start being operational, it requires time. The investor comes, he says this, etc., etc. Blackstone got the hotels of Lewis. So, if we're talking about already built hotels, you're moving a bit faster. If you want to build from scratch, we have a huge investment in Evia.
A big investment happened in Evia, in the Arab But this will take time. This will take time. You need the permit, you need the presidential decree. But yes, many investments happened during my tenure. Do they give jobs to Greeks, these companies, these investments? All of these hotels would like to have local staff, if it's possible to, if they want people to bring people in, of course they can do it, but the local staff are familiar with the area and therefore more useful, and they also do not create an accommodation program. When the late Captain Konstantakopoulos decided to create Costa Navarino, he was in litigation for approximately 30 years. Why? Because the locals thought that he would take away their jobs. Today, I had conducted a survey in the area when I was minister. We asked the people of Messina how many of them believe that Costa Navarino was a good investment and how think that it was a bad. More than 93% were happy with Costa Navarino. Why? Because Costa Navarino has given work to the jobs to the locals. They started selling their products to Costa Navarino. People traveled there and then they liked the area and they moved elsewhere. And then other investments were moved into the area. So the first to benefit is the local community and the local labor market. Now let me move on to Mr. Spanos as regards the bureaucracy of a tourist investment in Greece. Okay, there are the customers of tourism, but we also have the tourist businessmen in central Greece or all over Greece, actually. What is the level of bureaucracy required for someone who would like to open a small tourist business? As an engineer, I could reply by saying that it is usually very complicated if you want to start an investment in Greece, to build something, etc. But things have changed. I read about a bill in the paper the other day that for small imperfections and small changes of it will be easier to transfer a building. Anyway, because we are dealing with small units, small enterprises in our area, the thing is not so complicated. It's mostly issues related to coastline, some things they should not do. In Athens, we have 2 cases of hotels which are facing litigation at the Council of State. Yes, but you know, such a ruling of the Council of State may solve problems for the future. Sometimes there are obstacles which we realize. There are when you resolve the issue of the land, all the issues related to the land, the forest, coastlines, etc., then the rest of the bureaucracy runs smoothly. But the archaeological society will stop you. You are the governor, but you're also an engineer. Yes, there are lots of departments that will be involved and will create obstacles, but how easy is it to invest in Greek tourism? My personal but very clear view is the spatial planning. Even the most liberal economists agree with that because this will allow us to know what can be done where and what cannot be done. So people who want to invest will avoid the difficulties. Minister, this is also related to your previous tenure. Listen, Greece has progressed as far as bureaucracy is concerned. First of all, we have the fast track process for a number of investments, and they move faster than in the rest of Europe. Sometimes what we call bureaucracy is not bureaucracy. These are necessary control points in order to safeguard the common interest that what you're going to build is going to be environmentally sound, that it will be in line with the legislation, etc., etc. There are places around the world where people tell you, okay, you build what you like, but this then is up to the businessman to comply with the law. When Mr. Vitalis came for the Elunda Hills investments, came to my office, it was during the first summer of the pandemic. We calculated the times necessary, and he said that his lawyers had calculated more than 18 months. I promised him 6 months, and we managed in 5. Greece is not the Greece that of the past. We have made steps forward. Our public administration is digitalized to extensive extent, and the law that the governor mentioned is an excellent, is a work of art. The person responsible for it had been working on it for a long time. There are issues related to the coastline which make investors suffer, but they are really related to the Constitution. These are difficult constitutional issues. We need to comply with European legislation and take the common good into account. We are not competitive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you, for being with us today. Minister, Governor, everybody else, including the audience.